In order to install NiFi, first we need to download Java as described in the Apache NiFi documentation section. So what I will do is I'm going to download JDK 8, and since I have 64-bit machine, I'm going to download 64-bit software. If yours is 32-bit, you can download the relevant software. So now the way to check whether the Java is already installed on your system or not is you can go to the command prompt, and there you can type Java, and if it shows error message like not command not found or something, it means Java has not been installed on your machine and you should be following this step to install the Java. And if you already have Java installed, then probably you can skip this step and go on to the second step of installing NiFi. So Java software has been successfully downloaded. I'm double clicking on this in order for this to launch the startup of the installation. As you can see, the installation wizard has opened. So the installation of JDK is pretty straightforward. I'm not going to make any changes, just going to keep the default thing selected and going to click on next. So here pretty much we'll be just clicking on next and then finish on whatever windows which is displayed here. Click on next. While this is in progress, let's also start downloading the NiFi software. So for that one, you can download, you can on Google you can select download NiFi and then click on the first link. From here go to the binary section and select the first link. So just click here and it will start the software. Since I have already downloaded the software, I'm just going to cancel it because I have already downloaded this software and kept into the D drive. So I'll be showing that to you. So you see here, once you download NiFi, it will be showing like NiFi and the version number ended with .tar. So once you extract it, you will be seeing the extracted folder which is displayed here, NiFi along with the version number. If you go inside that, see your NiFi home directory. Inside this you have bin directory. Okay, so so our Java installation has successfully completed. Let's see and let's make sure and validate if Java has successfully installed. For that we can go to command prompt and write Java, and yes, this time we don't get the error that Java is not found, so this is good enough. And now we can go in again back to the NiFi folder and go inside the bin directory, and from here click on run -NiFi. Just double click on it and it will launch the startup process. So usually it takes around 5 minutes in order for this software to start. It also actually depends on the capacity of your machine. So mine one is not much high-ended server, so it just has couple of GB of RAM, so it is going to take probably around couple of minutes for NiFi to launch. And inside the log folders you can keep tracking the progress of the installation and startup. For now I am not going to go into more details of these log files. We will be discussing these in next videos. So usually when NiFi is installed, inside the NiFi home directory it creates 4 repositories. So we can go back to NiFi home directory and see whether those repositories have been created. Okay, so right now we don't see anything new, any new folders coming up. So the installation is still going on and it is processing. As soon as that is about to finish, we should be seeing additional 4 directories which is related to repository. Also, let's try to do HTTP localhost followed by the port 8080 and see if we are able to open NiFi. So right now as you see, we are not able to open NiFi. Guys, one thing you should make sure, you should never close this window, because as soon as you close this window, this command prompt, the software startup process is going to fail. So once NiFi starts also, you don't need to close that command prompt. You can just minimize that and then you can continue working on the NiFi. So I'm still waiting for some new directories, repository directories to be seen under NiFi home directory. Seems it is taking little longer than usual. Alright, now you can see database repository, content repository, flow file and provenance repository has been created. So if you get any pop-up related to this public network, you can just click on cancel. We don't need to make any changes here. So now we see our, we have repositories created, and now we should be able to go to NiFi localhost and it should be able to launch. Alright, as you can see, we already have this NiFi up and running now. Let's also create a small flow to test whether NiFi is also able to process some data. I'm going to create 2 processors. One is generate flow file and the other one is log message. So generate flow file dynamically generates some random data, and that one I'm going to just connect to log message. So right now you don't need to know about more details of these processors. I'm going to describe it to you in later stage of the videos. So in the generate flow file, I'm going to make some configuration. I'm going to change the scheduling to 10 seconds, so it will generate one file after every 10 seconds. And then in the properties, I'm going to change the file size from 0 byte to 1 KB. And in the custom text, I'm going to give some data. So whenever it is going to generate that file, the file will be containing this data. So this is just a quick way of passing huge amount of data to your processors in order to do some kind of testing if you do not have any file ready. and also it is a good way to validate that NiFi is working properly. So I'm just entering some dummy data. We don't need to bother about data at this point of time. Click on apply. Now I'm going to start this processor, and hopefully it should create a flow file along with the data in there. So I'm not starting log message because I want to see the data in the queue. So the one which you see with the name success is the queue. We are going to right click on that and going to click on list queue. Inside that we are going to click on view content in order to see the content. So as you can successfully see, we have been able to create a file and also insert some random data to that file. So it means NiFi has been successfully installed. Hey guys, so in this video we are going to learn how to install NiFi on a Linux machine. So I have created a user NiFi admin, and we are going to be in the NiFi admin's home directory, and I'm going to delete anything non-relevant. So I'm just going to press rm space -f and space star, which is going to delete this extra file which we don't need here right now. So again, the steps to install NiFi remains the same regardless of whether you are on Windows or Linux. There is very minimum difference. It is just the different script which you has to run. So the prerequisite remains the same. You should download Java first. So I'm going to get the relevant Java software for this machine, and for that I'm going to Oracle website and copying the downloadable link, and then this link if I have internet, I can either download on my machine, and then using WinSCP or software like FileZilla I can transfer to target machine, or otherwise I can just get the downloadable link from here by going to the download section and then right clicking on the link and then copying the link, and then I'm going to use wget utility to download this software. So wget command is very simple. Just type wget space -caps O and give the name of the output file, and followed by the link of the URL where you want to download the file from. So it will start downloading the JDK here on the home directory, and once this is done, it is being downloaded. Let's go and also copy the link of NiFi so that we can use wget command to download NiFi on this server as well. Guys, just remember that if you do not have internet on the server, you will not be able to run wget command and download the software like I am doing. I have internet on the Linux system, so I'm able to use wget command and download the software. So let's search download NiFi on Google and follow the first link. Go to the binaries and select the first link and copy the link of the software. This is the latest software which we have right now, and then we are going to go back to Linux system and type wget and space -o, name of the output file, and then followed by the URL. Meanwhile, as you can notice, that previous command has already successfully completed and we have successfully downloaded JDK, and now NiFi is in progress. So NiFi is around 1.3 gigabytes, so it is going to take some time to download. Alright, both the software now has successfully been downloaded. We need to extract these software, so I'm typing tar-xvf to extract JDK. So on Linux, typical installation of JDK is basically just setting the path of Java home, which we are going to do. So our software extraction is completed. If we do ls-lrt, we can see a new folder being created which is starting with JDK and the version number of that JDK. So we are going to go inside that folder. Inside that we can see we have a bin directory. Inside bin we are having Java utility. That is what NiFi is going to look for. So now we are going one level back, and then we'll be checking the home directory path, which is as shown on the screen, and then you can type export command along with Java home variable to set the Java home path. So just follow along what I'm doing and then you should be ready to go. Also, we need to export Java home's path in the path directory, which is going to load all these utilities path in the environment. So that's what we want, and the command to do this is as shown on the screen. So after this, when we type Java, we should be able to see the utility running. You should not be saying that Java command is not found. Alright, so as expected, we see Java is running. So now we can go back to our home directory and extract NiFi software as well and perform the NiFi installation. So I'm clearing the screen and then going to the home directory. As we can see right now, we are in home NiFi admin directory, and now I'm going to do tar space -xvf and then tar NiFi. Now since the software is little big, it's going to take a little more time than what it took for JDK. I'm probably going to skip this part. Alright, so extraction is done. I'm going inside NiFi folder, and inside that we need to go inside bin folder. Inside that we have NiFi sh. So the command to start NiFi is NiFi sh followed by start. and then it is going to start the process of installing NiFi for the first time and also starting the NiFi. So we can monitor the process by going inside the logs directory, which is one level back. So I press cd space dot dot slash logs. Inside that we have 3 log files. So right now I'm going to check nifi-app.log file and see the content in that. So inside this we should have latest logs. Also my server IP address is this, which is basically a Microsoft Azure instance. So I'm going to type this IP and see if we already have NiFi launching or not. Here I do not see NiFi loading. It means the process has still not started. So I'm going one level back to the NiFi home directory. So here guys, you should be seeing a few more directories created once the NiFi application is successfully installed. Those 4 directories, there are 4 important directories which is related to repository, which we call NiFi flow file content repository, flow file repository, database repository, and provenance repository. Those are like very important files for NiFi to perform. And since this is a standalone system, we are installing everything on a standalone mode. In a cluster environment, the installation will be different, but this is the easiest way to get things going. So I'm going to press Ctrl C and going one level back, and if I do ls-lrt here, yes, right now we can see all the 4 directories which we were expecting has been created. So now our application should be running. Let's go to logs directory and see what is the message it displays now. Alright, as we can see now, it is saying that Jetty server has successfully started and now services are up. So we should go back to our browser and hit refresh, and it should be able to launch NiFi. As we can see, NiFi has successfully been started here. So our NiFi installation has successfully completed. Now we are going to just create a processor to validate that NiFi is working as expected. So I'm just creating a flow file using generate flow file processor, and I'm going to load this flow file to log message. For now you don't need to worry about these things. We'll be discussing about these processors in detail in subsequent lessons. For now, just understand that generate flow file will generate dynamic files, and also it will pass on the content to the next processor, and that content can be the random content or it can be the content which is specified by us. And when you connect one processor to another processor, there are relationship which gets created. So as you can see, there is a success queue which is saying that it is going to, if the processor get file successful, it is going to load everything to log message. Okay, again in the get file I'm just giving some random data and also set the file size to 1 KB. I'm just going a bit fast here because we do not need to understand this thing as of now. This is just to validate that NiFi is successfully installed and working. So if I start this processor, I can see that the files has successfully been created. That's great. That's what we wanted to do in this session. As you can see, generate file has generated thousands of files within few seconds. So I'm going to change the run schedule from 0 second to 10 seconds, because on 0 seconds it tries to generate as many files as possible. Also I'm going to clear up this queue. We don't want to see 10,000 files, so I'm just going to empty the queue and make it 0, and then we'll be again starting this generate flow file processor. And now it has created one file, and if we right click and go to list queue, we should be able to click on the content view content, and should be able to see the content of the file. So this is what I have given, and this is what we have received as expected output. So this concludes this lesson. Stay tuned for next video. So in this video we are going to discuss about NiFi basic terminologies. So whenever I go through next videos, you will be able to understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, and in terms of technical jargons, we'll be on the same page. So before we begin into that, just wanted to let you know that I'm going to continue this environment which we installed on Linux machine. So yeah, so going forward, I'm just going to give you all the examples using this in NiFi instance. And for explaining the terminologies, I'm going to take reference of Apache NiFi user guide. So if you just scroll down in the NiFi user guide, you will be seeing common terminology such as data flow manager. So a data flow manager is someone who's basically going to create all these processes or going to develop all these data flows, and that guy is going to have permission to add or remove or modify the component of NiFi data flow. Okay, so during our tutorials we are pretty much going to act like a data flow manager. The next one is flow file. Flow file is anything which is single piece of data in NiFi. So if you remember in our previous video, we had created these two processors, and when I started this processor it created a flow file. Okay, so I'm going to start it and stop it again, and if you see, if it has queued one flow file. So basically whatever a single piece of data which we have is called a flow file, and also each flow file is going to have three attributes: unique ID, file name, and path. So the way to check that is, if I click on this view details and if I go to attributes, you will notice that each of the flow files are having mandatory these three attributes. Okay, you can have any number of attributes defined, but these are the mandatory attributes for flow file. Next common terminology which we are going to use is processor. So basically any individual component which you see here on the canvas is called a processor. A processor is going to perform some action, and it is also going to listen for incoming data. So in this case, generate flow file and log message, these are processors. So relationship, what is a relationship? Whenever we connect a processor to another processor, in this case as you can see I have connected generate file processor to log message processor. So these are going to connect using a relationship, and that relationship will be different for each processor. So if I right click on this processor and I select configure, you will be noticing that in the settings section we have something called relationship, and under that success is defined. Okay, so that's why when I connect this processor to this processor, log message processor, I see only success as a relationship. However, there are processor which has more than one relationship. For example, let's take an example of adding a detect duplicate processor. Okay, so the way to add a processor is by clicking on this processor component and then dragging and dropping it here on the canvas, and then in the filter you can search the process group by the name. So I'm going to use detect duplicate processor and then click on add. So now if I right click on this processor and click on configure, then you will notice this processor is having three relationships. So whenever I connect this processor with any other processor, I need to define all these relationships. So you may have, so for example in this connection I can define as duplicate relationship. So all the data which is duplicate will be going to this processor, and then let's say we want to define or we want to connect non-duplicate data to some other processor, so we can do that way. I'm just going to do Ctrl C and Ctrl V to copy and paste log message processor again, and then I'm going to connect detect duplicate to log message, and all the failure and non-duplicate, let's say I want to send it to this processor. So this is how basically you define a processor and relationship. Just remember, each processor has different type of relationships. So what is a connection? A connection, basically whenever I'm connecting one processor to another processor, we are going to have kind of connection. That's what is basically called a connection. Next one is controller services, which is also a very common terminology in NiFi. A controller service is something like which controls the common configurations. For example, in case of connecting to database, it can be our JDBC or ODBC connection details. This is just one example. We'll be discussing in more detail about these controllers in next sections. After that, the next most common terminology is process group. So a process group is basically a way to organize your flows for your processor. So here if you see in this section, I do not have any ability to create directories and subdirectories, so I cannot organize my flow. So let's say if I right click here, I do not see any option to create a directory and inside that define my coding or processors. As you can understand, from a development point of view, it is going to be a very big pain if I have to create hundreds of processors on the same screen. So process groups makes it easy and gives us a way to organize our processors and a common functionality. So what we are going to do is, I'm just going to drag it towards right, and here in the empty canvas I'm going to select process group and drop it here, and let's say this process group, I name it fetch files from source, and then I can double click on this. Just notice here on the left bottom side, that right now you see NiFi flow. So we are at the root of this canvas. So once I double click on this, I'm going to go inside that process group. Now I can have any number of processors defined in this process group. So basically I can have something like generate flow file, I can have something like fetch file. So all these processors are part of this process group, and I can have any number of process groups. I can have process groups inside process groups. So for example, if I go inside this process group, I can create another process group. okay, which will, let's say, contain file validation related processes. So if I go inside this, I can define my code or logic to validate a file. So this is a good way to organize your data and also your codes, basically, not the data, the metadata. Port, so we can skip port section for now, we'll be discussing it later. The most important one is bulletin. So bulletin, if you just see here on the right side, we have something like a bulletin section. So whenever any error is coming, that errors are going to displayed here in the bulletin section. And other than that, we have this very important file which is called flow.xml.gz. So if you also notice, whenever I drag and drop any processor on the canvas, I do not have any ability to save anything. So how you basically save your development work in NiFi? So the answer is you do not need to save anything. Whenever you actually make any changes here on this canvas, it automatically instantaneously saves that change in this flow.xml.gz file. Okay, and also I will tell you the location of this file. So if you remember, we have installed the software here on this machine, and we are inside NiFi admin home directory, and if I do ls-lrt, I'm going to get NiFi directory detail. So inside this, if you see, we have something called conf directory, and inside this, if you see, we have something called flow.xml.gz. okay, this is the file. Whatever changes you make here goes inside that file, and you do not have to take any action. This is taken care by NiFi. And also, let's say if this file is deleted, and you might be thinking that you are going to lose your data, so that is not the case. All this file is periodically being archived into the archive directory. So if you go inside this archive directory and do ls-lrt, you will see all these flow files has been archived. So whenever you make any changes, the previous change goes inside this archive folder. So this is a very good thing to know from an admin point of view. Now let's discuss about NiFi user interface. Okay, so as you know, NiFi URL is basically going to be the URL which is specified here, and in the hostname you need to give the IP of the machine or the hostname on which you have installed NiFi. So now when you install NiFi, you will be seeing something like this. So the top bar is called components toolbar, and on the right side we have global menu, and below that we have status bar. On the right side we have search button, and next to that we have bulletin, and on the left side, if you see, we have operate and navigate palette. So that's it. It is very simple interface, but it is still very powerful. So now remaining things we'll be discussing about when we actually start going into more details, and also we'll be discussing all these things when we are doing hands-on exercises. So that's it in this video. Stay tuned for next videos. What we are going to do is, before starting this video, I have cleared up this canvas and deleted all the processor which we have used in previous videos. So what we are going to do is, let's read a file from one directory, and using NiFi processors move it to different directory. So for that one, let's download some sample CSV files. If you already have some CSV files, you don't need to follow this step, but I'm just going to download some sample CSV files. So before starting this video, I was looking into this CSV file which has data related to cities. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to download this CSV file on our server. So currently we are in the NiFi home directory. What I will do is create a directory called input files, and let's go inside input files, and inside this we can download this CSV file. So I'll run wget and followed by the CSV file name. Okay, so now if we do ls-lrt, we can see the file has successfully been downloaded. If I do head -2 and try to read first two records of this CSV file, we are successfully able to read it. Also, just to give you bit of more description about this CSV file, let's try to read top 10 head records. Alright, so this is a CSV file which is delimited by commas, or typical CSV file, and this we have kept under home NiFi admin input files directory. So I'm going to read this file, and let's say we want to move it to output directory. So I'm going to create one more directory which is called, so right now I'm back to /home/NiFi admin directory, and here I'm going to create output files. And so our goal will be to read the file, to read cities.csv file from this directory and write it to output files using NiFi processors. So let's go to NiFi processor, and for this purpose, whenever you want to read a file, you can use get file processor, and whenever you want to write the file, you can use put file processor. Okay, so let's configure both of them one by one. Right click on the get file and then select configure, and then you will be getting one properties window where you can configure a lot of stuff. The easiest way to open property window is you can just select double click on the any processor, and it will open the properties window. So here in the input directory, I'm going to define the input directory's location, which is home NiFi admin input files, and also we need to tell our file name in the file filter. So the name of our file is cities.csv, so I'm going to copy and paste it from here. And we can also define the behavior, that what we want to do after the file is read. So let's say, do we want to continue keeping the source file at the source location, or do we want to remove it? So if we want to remove it, we can continue keeping keep source file to false. Otherwise, we can just select keep source file to true. That will not remove this file from the source location. So in my case, I'm just going to keep it true. I don't want this file to be removed because this is just the demo session. But in production and based on your use case, this may be a different scenario. And there is a whole lot of other stuff which we can set up here, like minimum file age. It will look for the file age, and based on that only it will be transferring that file. So I think in this tab, properties tab, that's pretty much what we wanted to do. Let's go to scheduling tab and change this run schedule from 0 second to, let's say, 60 seconds. If we keep it 0, it will try to read the file as many times as possible. And since we have kept keep source file true, it means it will copy the same file probably thousands of times within seconds. So I don't want to do that, so we have changed it to 60 seconds. So this will run once every minute. So I'm going to click on apply, and after that we can connect this get file. So once we read the file, we want to connect it to put file. And again, as in our previous video, we have seen relationship. So get file has a relationship of success. So once the file is successfully read, it is going to perform the next action. Basically, it is once the file is successfully read, then only it will be transferring that file to put file. In the put file, again, let's go to the properties by double clicking on put file and then going to directory. So this is the directory where we want to copy the file. This is our target directory. So in the target directory, path of our target directory is home/NiFi admin/output files. So I'm just going to copy and paste from here. And then the second property which we have is conflict resolution strategy. What we want to do if the file already exists in the target. Do we want to just fail this job, or do we want to ignore it, or do we want to replace the target file with this new file? So probably in my case I just want to replace the target file. And how about the directories? Let's say if I wanted to move this file to any directory which is not created yet, in that case what kind of action we wanted to do? Do we want to create those missing directories? If it is true, it will create that directory. If it is not true, then it will just fail, saying that it could not find the location of the directory. Okay, so that's pretty much it which we wanted to set in this job. And let's also change the scheduling of this one to probably every 60 seconds. In fact, in this case, even we don't change it to 60 seconds and just keep it 0 second, it's just going to behave the same, because basically it is not going to, it is going to check whether the file exists or not from the source. And it's then, since we have our get file running once every 1 minute, the put file is also going to behave the same. Now if you have noticed, here we still get some warning, and if you read the warning carefully, this is talking about relationship, that it has the relationships failure and success, but we have not defined what to do for those relationships. So ideally each processor is supposed to either have some relationship by transferring data from one processor to another, or it is supposed to have a self-terminating relationship. So in this case what I'm going to do is, let's double click on this processor and go to settings, and we do not have any further processor to transfer this data from, so we just want to select failure and success. So what it will do is, both of these relationship will be auto terminated, and as you can see now we do not have any warning message now, and both of them are currently in stop stage. So I'm just going to start the first one and see whether we are able to read it. Okay, so as you can see, the file has successfully been copied and it is currently kept in the buffer, which is also called queue. So if we right click on this and we click on list queue, we should be seeing a flow file, and if we click here on the view content, we should be able to see the content of this flow file. So yeah, this is the file, sample file, which we have downloaded, and now we are able to read this file using get file processor. And now I'm going to write this file to output directory by running put file. So let's right click here and click on start. Okay, so if we see this processor has completed one task. So it received, in the in section we can see it received one input file, and then it read around this much data and wrote around 8.21 KB of data, and it doesn't have any output relationship, so the output of this is not going anywhere. So that's why in the out we do not see anything. Whereas if you see in the out of get file, you see that there are this many KBs of data which has been transferred, and also you get a bit of statistics about task timing and all those stuff. So now let's go back to the server and see whether we have any file created in output files directory. So yes, we are currently in output file directory, and let's do ls-lrt. Okay, so as we can see here now, the file has successfully been transferred from source directory to the target directory. So in next video we'll be learning about reading one CSV file and then probably doing some processing and then moving the file to the destination. In this case we just copied the file from one location and then we moved it to different location. Now let's consider a scenario where you have to download where you have to copy a file from one server to another server. Okay, in that case if you use get file processor, it is not going to work. So get file and put file probably works when you are performing the operation on the same server. Okay, so when we want to read a file from a different server, we have to use get sftp and put sftp processor. So guys, in this video I just wanted to discuss with you about NiFi databases. So as you know, all the applications store its application related data somewhere in the database. So NiFi by default uses H2 database, and whenever you are installing NiFi, you cannot actually change H2 database to any other database as of now. So as of now that feature is not there, and by default that H2 database resides inside a database repository. So to check that, you can navigate to NiFi home directory and then navigate to database repository. Press ls space -lrt command, and you can see here we have couple of H2 databases. One is NiFi user keys and the other one is NiFi flow audit. Okay, so in this video we'll be trying to access this database. Now in order to access this database, we have to have some kind of client which can connect to this database. So this H2 database is actually written in Java, so it supports JDBC client. So I have already done some research, and what I found is that we can download H2 graphical user interface client from this website h2database.com, and inside that go to the download section. So the latest stable release is this one, so I'm just going to download this latest stable release, which is 1.4.199, and I'm going to download platform independent version. And if I click here, it will start downloading on this machine. I don't want to download this client here because my NiFi is on a different server. So I'll just right click here and click on copy link address, and then I'll be copying this software in the home directory of this server where we install NiFi. So I'll type wget command and give this complete URL, and then it will start downloading. Let's do ls-lrt, and now we can see the download has successfully completed. Let's unzip it by typing unzip command, and let's clear the screen and do ls-lrt again. Now we see the folder has been extracted and a new folder h2 has been created. Inside that the content has been extracted. So we can go to h2 folder, and inside that we have a folder called bin. So inside that we have a jar file which is called h2-1.4.199.jar file. So this is the one which we need to use to start that graphical user interface client in order to connect to H2 database. So I have also saved some of the information here in the notepad. Okay, one important thing which we need to do is whenever you start this client, it is by default not going to allow you to connect to this client from different remote system. So for example, if you have installed this on the same machine and if you are trying to access this web interface on the same machine, it will work. But if you try to access this interface on a different machine, it will not work. So in order for that to make work, you can set this h2.server.properties file in the home directory, and inside that you can write this line, web allow others equal to true. So I have already done this. I will show you what I have done. So if you go to home directory of this user and type ls-lrta, you will see a file which is .h2.server.property. This is the one which is created by me. So in fact I'm just going to delete it and create this file again. We don't need to put anything other than this line, web allow others. So I'm just going to create this file again, and inside that we should be having this content. So there are many ways to create a file on Linux system. So the one which I'm going to follow is I'm just going to paste this string and redirect it to this file. So that should do the trick. And if we do cat command, we should be able to see the content of this file. Okay, so this property is already set to web allow others to true. Now let's go back to that h2 bin directory and start the services. Now to start the services, the command which we need to type is this one. I have already copied it. So let's paste it here and hit enter. And it is saying services are started. So we should be able to connect to this service on port 8082. By default, this H2 graphical user interface client works on port 8082. And also, as you can see, this is showing here private IP, which is something which is accessible only on this machine. But I already have public IP for this machine, so I'm going to use that one. It is on the same machine where we have NiFi, so IP will remain the same. Only the port has changed. So this is the port which we need to access on. So once I do that, I can see this graphical client which can allow me to connect to NiFi H2 database. So in the setting name, I'm just going to give it some name. It can be any name. And in the driver class, we need to put this class org.h2.driver. In the JDBC URL, we need to give complete path of NiFi flow audit database. So this database is inside database repository directory. If you have installed the software on any other directory, just remember you need to give the complete path of this DB file. And in addition to that, there are other parameters which you need to store. So just you can copy paste this complete thing. And the username and password to connect to this audit database is NF. I have already seen this in the GitHub codes, so we should be able to use it. And now let's save this connection. And one weird thing is, once you click on save, the password goes away. So you need to retype the password and then click on test connection. So once we click on test connection, it shows test is successful, but the password goes away again. So let's put the NF again and let's click on connect. And then now we are in the interface, and if we type show tables and click on run, we should be able to see all the tables which are inside audit database. Now to see all the columns and data inside one of the tables, we can simply type select star from along with the table name. Oops. So table name is action, and I'm going to click on run selected. And as you can see, it is successfully displaying us all the data. There's one thing which I did not shown you is that we also need to change a property file of NiFi properties in order to make this thing work. So what we need to do is, by default H2 database doesn't allow multiple applications to connect to database. So whenever you start NiFi, in the NiFi properties file, NiFi.properties file, there are a set of properties written which actually describes how the NiFi software should behave. So if I do grep on this file with auto server keyword, you will see that this property is set to true in my case. But in your case, by default, it is set to false. So I had set it to true because I wanted other client to be able to connect to this database. So if it is not set to true, you will not be able to connect using this using this client with your NiFi database. And also, after you make the changes from false to true, make sure you restart NiFi instance. So you stop NiFi and start again, and then it should work. If you have any queries, feel free to write in the comment section, and if it is not working for you, please feel free to write in the comment section and let me know if you need any help. Thanks for watching.
Welcome guys. In this tutorial we are
going to perform some data flow management task using NiFi. So what we are going to do is, I have listed all the tasks which we are going to perform in this tutorial. So step 1 will be reading a file. I have already downloaded a sample file which is called employee.csv. And I also have another file which is called country.csv. So employee.csv contains employee related information, and also it contains location ID. So using that location ID, we will be filling the country name for each of the employees. So let me show you the data which I have right now. So I'm in the home directory, and if I do ls, you can see there is a directory called raw data here. So inside raw data I have copied employee.csv. So if you see records of employee.csv, you will see this structure. So it has gender, name and location ID. And then I have another file which is called country.csv, as you can see here. So let's see the content of country.csv. So you can see country.csv is having codes, and along with the codes it is having the full description or full name of the country. So our goal is to perform a lookup, which is also kind of joining or also commonly known as lookup, to enrich the data. So we want our target file to be a single file which contains employee gender, name, location code and also the country name. As you can see, both of these information are split into two separate files. So we will be seeing how we can perform data enrichment tasks to build our target file. One very important thing which we need to know here is, whenever we are performing or reading data from CSV, we can use recorder processors which performs record level operations. That is more efficient than using other processors. So some of the example of record level processors are lookup record or partition record. These are called record level processors. And also these kind of processors, you have to define what is the schema. So by schema what I mean is, so for example, in this employee.csv file, what is the schema or what is the structure of this file? So as you know, all the files are stored into binary forms, and we need to know the schema. I mean, what is the how to read that file. So schema is nothing but description about a file. And also to efficiently manage schemas, we have something called schema registry. So you can read about schema registry. One link which I found to read about schema registry is from Cloudera. So just to give you a quick introduction about schema registry. A schema registry actually contains all the information about the data which is stored in a file. Okay, now let's say you have a scenario where source system sending you files, and then you process the file and then you send it further. Now let's say suddenly from the source system they performed some migration, and now source system started sending you bad data. And if you do not have a schema configured from your application side which verifies the structure of the file, then verifies the schema of the file, then you will not be able to process the data accurately, and your application will stop functioning or it will break. Okay, to avoid these kind of problems, we always hardcode the schema of a file, which tells about the description of file. And also there are other advantages of defining schema. So as you can see in this example, they have explained if you define a schema, then you will be having the data and you will be having a ID which will be pointing to the schema. And if you do not define a schema, then all your payload will be having a schema text along with the data, so which is going to increase the size of the data. So guys, I do not want to explain schema registry in more detail because that's not the objective of this tutorial. We probably will be discussing about schema registry in more detail in some other tutorials. In this one, let's focus on reading a CSV file and then performing lookups, and after that we will partition the data based on the country code and send it to the target system. So for first step, I have already created a processor. I'm using a get file processor. In the get file processor, I'm defining the location of the file which we want to read. So as you can see, I have already as you can see, our data is available under this directory. So I have already set my processor to input directory to raw data directory, and also I have set the file filter to employee.csv. So this is the file which we want to read. Other than this, I have also changed keep source file to true. By default it remains false. If you keep it false, after reading the file from the source system will be deleted. We do not want to do that, so I have just made it true. And after that, I have also made some changing in the scheduling part and change the run schedule from 0 second to 60 seconds. So what getFile will do is getFile will read the file and send the data to the next processor. So let's start this processor and see what is the operation performed by this processor. Okay, so as it is showing, it has successfully created or read one file, and so I'm going to stop this processor and let's right click on this queue and see the content of this file. So as you see, the content of this file is similar to what we had here in employees.csv file. So if I do cat command on employee.csv, content is same, which has been read by NiFi. Now in the part 2, I'm updating the attribute. So as we know, attribute is basically the metadata which is associated with a flow file. So if I right click on this queue, and if I go here on the left side and click on view details, you will be seeing there are many attributes which are associated with any file. So you have path name, path directory, file group, and many other information about the file. So along these are the default attributes which we have associated with the file. And let's say if we also want to associate any new attribute to this file, so the method to do that is using update attribute processor. So if you double click on update attribute processor and go to the properties, you will be seeing I have created input definition and output definition. Okay, in the input definition I have written the value of input schema, and in the output definition I have written output schema. So input schema and output schema are a way where I have described how to read the input file, and when the file is going to be returned to the target directory, what is the schema it should refer to. Okay, so I will telling you where we have actually used this value and where I have defined the schema. So for now you just need to understand that I have updated two values here, input definition and output definition, with the value of input schema and output schema. And now I'm going to the next processor, which is lookup record. If you double click on lookup record, you will be seeing it has three properties which are very important. First one is record reader, second one is record writer, and third one is lookup services. So whenever a lookup is performed, it needs to know what is the source file and how to read that source file. Okay, so in this scenario, if lookup record is getting the source file from its previous processor, so we must define the schema of the file, because this processor doesn't know how to read a file. So this processor is going to use CSV reader controller, which is in which we have defined what is the mechanism or what is the schema name it needs to use to read the file. And similarly, record writer is another controller in which we have defined what is the schema name it needs to use to write the file. And in the lookup service, we have defined what is the lookup service, what is the file which it needs to use to perform the lookup. Okay, now let's go one by one and see all of these controllers. So I'm first going to click on CSV recorder, and here you see we have all the controllers which we have created. So one is CSV recorder, the other one is CSV record set writer, and the third one is CSV record lookup service. So let's read about CSV reader. In the CSV reader, if you click on settings on view configuration, you'll be seeing we have set schema access registry to use schema name. And also in the schema name, I have set this to a variable which is pointing to input def. If you remember in our step 2, here I have pointed input definition to a value which is called input schema. So here in this controller, I'm using that value, I'm referring to that value. So what it will do is basically it is going to look for this input definition file in a schema registry which is called Avro schema registry. So what is a Avro schema registry? Avro schema registry is a centralized way of storing all the schemas. So as I told you, usually we always use schema registry in order to store all the schemas centrally, because you will be reading thousands of files, and all those thousands of files will be having thousands of different schema, and you don't want to keep hard coding your schemas here and there. So for that purpose we use schema registry, and NiFi provides Avro schema registry, which is very powerful to centralize all the schemas. So to add Avro schema registry, you can just click on this plus sign and then search for Avro schema registry, and then you can click on add. I have already done this step, so I'm just going to demonstrate you what I have done here. In the Avro schema registry, if you click on the configuration, let me disable this first. Right now it is in enable step, so we do not see any additional options. So once it is disabled, then we'll be able to see the additional options, because if it is working, it is not in a editable mode. So now let's click on configuration, and now you see there is option of adding schema names. When you click on the plus sign, you can add a schema name and also define the structure of the schema. So this is Avro way of specifying a schema. So what I have done here is I have created one property called input underscore schema, and in that input underscore schema I'm telling it that I have a employee info schema, and in that schema I have 3 records, and all those 3 records are of type string. So whenever any record processor is going to perform the operation, I'm going to use input schema name. So if by input schema, they'll always be referring to this schema, and they'll be able to read the file successfully. And similarly in the output schema, I have created 4 fields, because as you remember, our target is to produce a final file which will have gender, which will have information of employee name, employee location ID, and also the country name, complete country name. So our target will have 4 fields, whereas our input schema is having only 3 fields. and you can define as many schema names as possible. So you can just click on plus, and then you can give like employee salary, and you can then define the schema. So I'll be making a different video on what is the structure of defining Avro schema name, but for now you just need to remember it is very simple. The first three things which you need to know is you need to provide a name, and you need to provide namespace, and also you need to define type as record, and in the fields you need to provide name of the field and also the type of the field. This is mandatory. And also Avro schema itself is stored in a JSON format. So as you can see, this whole schema is defined as a JSON format. So that's about Avro schema registry. Now I'm just going to use these names, input schema name and output schema name, whenever I have to refer to any schema. So I'm going to show you now CSV reader. In the CSV reader, you can see in the schema access registry I have selected use schema name property, and in the schema registry I have selected that use Avro schema registry, and I have defined all the schema inside this Avro schema registry. So let's go back to CSV reader, this component again, and in the schema name I have defined a variable which is called input definition. And as you remember, in the update attribute I have put the value of input schema in input definition variable. So that is how these components are linked with each other, and this is how it is going to behave dynamically. And again in CSV record set writer is also same. I have put schema.name attribute here, and in the schema access strategy I have selected use schema name property, and in the schema registry we again need to point to the same schema registry. So I have selected Avro schema registry, and in the schema name, since this is our output file schema, I have selected output definition. And if you recall, in the output definition we have put output underscore schema value, which is going to point to the schema which are having 4 fields as our target. So now I'm going to start this Avro schema registry. And so we discussed about Avro schema registry, we discussed about CSV reader, we discussed about CSV record set writer. Now let's discuss about CSV record lookup service. So if you click on view configuration of CSV record lookup service, you will see that we have a CSV file. So here I need to define the CSV file which is going to be used for lookup. So here if you see, I have given the complete file of the file. Okay, I have given the complete path. And in the lookup key column, you need to define on which column you want to perform the lookup. So if you see the structure of our file, I'm going back on the server to show you the structure of the file. Let me clear the window. So in country CSV, you see we have country code which contains complete information of a country name. And also in our file which is employee.csv, we also have location ID. So location ID and country code are same, and these are going to be joined to produce the final output file. So in the lookup key column, I have given country code, and now I'm going to click on OK. So all these services are already in started mode, and since we stopped Avro schema registry, others were stopped in stopped state, so I'm just going to enable them again. Now let's click on lookup record again. So first 3 properties, record reader, record writer, and lookup services, we already discussed. Now let's look for result record path. Here if you want to select all the values from the target file, which is countries.csv file in this case, you just need to put slash, and if you want only the selected column, you can give the name of that column along with the slash value. So my file anyways contains only one column, country name, along with country code. So I'm just going to keep it to slash, which means it will pick country name. And if it had additional fields or additional columns in country.csv file, it would have brought that one as well. Because I'm in the record result path, I'm giving slash, which means bring all the records. And in the routing strategy, I have selected route to match or unmatch. By default, it is route to success. So I have selected route to match or unmatch, because what we want to do is, let's say if any employee's country information is not found in the country.csv file, then I want to save that file separately in a separate directory. So that's why here I have selected route to match or unmatch. And in the end, now you need to perform a key column information about your source file. So in the source file, which is going to be employee.csv, what is the ID which should be matching with key column? If you remember, in the lookup key column, we have put country code. Now here we need to define in the source file what is the key column which we need to match with. So here, if you see here in the employee.csv, we have location ID, which is the key column. So here, this is the way you need to define it. You need to define it with a slash followed with the column name. And this name here I have given is key, but it can be any name. So the way to create this additional property is by selecting plus symbol here and then giving any name. So it can be any name along with the column name. And also it accepts only one additional property here. So I'm just going to delete this one because I have already defined one key property. So click on apply. And now if you see here, I have created the relationship of matched and unmatched previously, and for all the unmatched cases, I'm again loading that file using put file processor to a destination directory, which is /tmp/unmatched. So let's run this processor until here and see how it works. I'm just going to clear this queue so it removes the previous data. And let's run this again. Let's run this get file. And I'm also going to stop this so it doesn't run again. And in the queue, let's click on list queue and see the data which we have. So okay, it has read the source file, which contains gender information, name information, and location ID. Now let's run update attribute. So guys, just if you click on list queue and if you click on view properties, you will notice right now we do not have any property which is called input definition or output definition. Okay, we not have any attributes. I'm in the update attribute, I'm adding those two additional attributes, input definition and output definition. So once this processor runs, it is going to process this flow file. And now if you right click on list queue and then click on view details, then you will see two new attribute has been added, which is input definition and output definition. And input definition contains the value input schema and output definition contains the value output schema. So in the input schema, if you remember, we have given input schema in Avro registry, which is this one. Okay, so this is the structure of the file. But this attribute doesn't do anything, it just updates the attribute of a flow file. It doesn't do anything with the flow file. So if you right click here and click on list queue and see the content of the file. The content of the file remains the same because we have not made any changes in the content of the file. Now I'm going to run lookup record. Let's start lookup record. Okay, so as you can see, after lookup record, there is one flow file which moved to unmatched and the other route which moved to matched. So let's see the matched one. Right click on this one and click on list queue. So matched should have the match record should have the description of a country name. Okay, so let's click on view content, and here as you see we have all the records along with the actual country name. So this means the lookup is performed successfully. All the records of employee has been successfully performed lookup with countries.csv, and it has brought country name for all the records. And for the record where it could not match and could not bring country name are gone to unmatched routing. So if you right click here and click on list queue, and let's click on view content. So here if you see, these are the files which could not match the country name, and country name information is blank there. So probably this looks like some junk record which we had in our file. So all these junk record, we want to be seen by someone, and that's why we want this to be moved to some different directory, or let's say on some different server. In this case we just want to keep it on different directory, which is /temp underscore, which is /temp/unmatched. So in this directory it would have placed this file after we start this processor. Okay, so let's start this put file processor. Okay, and let's go to, on the server, let's go to cd/tmp/unmatched directory, and let's do ls-lrt. So you see employee.csv file which has unmatched record has moved to this directory. So let's do a cat operation to see the content of this file, and as you see the content of this file is matching with what we have seen here. Okay, so this is the junk record which has been moved to a different directory. So now you can take separate action on this processor, but for now I have just terminated all the connection here. So all the failure and success I have done self termination. So this processor is not connecting to any other processor. Alright, so now let's see what is happening for the cases where we have successful matched records and where we have successfully brought all the country names. So now let's suppose we want to split this single flow file in multiple flow files based on the country name. So let's say we need to send this file to different downstream systems, and they want the information related only with their countries which they're working for. Okay, so in that case we would like to split our file based on the country ID or location ID or country name. So I have used another processor which is called partition record. So let's see the configuration of this partition record. So if you right click on partition record and go to configure, you will see it has record reader and record writer. So on the record reader again I have given the schema name which it should read, and in the record writer I have selected CSV record set writer. Okay, so now in the record reader if you see, I have not used CSV record reader, rather than I have used a separate processor which is called, I have read, even though I am using the same controller services, but I have defined it differently. Okay, so this is a CSV record reader and I have defined it separately. I'll show you. Just click here on this arrow button to click on go to. it will bring us to the controller services. Now here if you see, I have used CSV reader controller. Okay, previously also to read the input, our source file, we have used CSV reader, but this CSV reader we have defined the schema name. In this CSV reader I have not defined the schema name. So if you click on view configuration, you will notice in the schema access strategy I have just selected use string fields from header, because here if I give input schema name, you will notice that our input schema name we have defined only with 3 fields, and whereas after the lookup we have one additional column which is the country name. So here if I use input schema, it is going to read only 3 records and it is going to ignore a string which is country name. So I don't want that to happen, so that's why in the schema access strategy we have selected use string field from header. So it is just going to use the field names, and based on that field names it is going to automatically decide on the schema name. So that is the only change which I have made here. And then click on OK. Let's go back, click on partition record, click on configure, and in the record writer I have still selected CSV record set writer, because if you see the property of this controller, go to CSV record writer and click on view configuration, you will notice in the schema access strategy we have given use schema name, and in the schema name we have defined output definition, and we have told it to use schema registry which is called Avro schema registry. So if you go inside Avro schema registry and if you see in the output definition, we have defined all the 4 columns. Okay, so that's the reason while going to write the file to the final time, I am still using output definition. Now it also requires one more property which can be anything, and which is going to point it to the column by which you want to perform the split operation. Now as I told you, I wanted to split all my flow file based on the country ID. Okay, so what it will do is it will split all the contents here based on location ID. It will create multiple flow files. So if you see this record, this flow file has around 1939 records. Okay, so now this is going to be splitted into multiple files, and each of the file will have only similar type of country location ID and country name. Okay, it can be any column name on which you want to perform split operation or partition operation. So here I have given location ID, and now if we run it, I'm going to click on success queue. This processor has successfully partitioned the data. So now let's click on this success queue and click on list queue. And in the list queue, now if you see, we have so many flow files. So our file is employee.name. Based on that, this partition processor has performed the partition and it has created many flow files. Let's see one of the flow files, and it should have information only related to the person belonging to the similar location ID. So now you see in this flow file we have all the people belonging to similar location ID. And if we go back and see any other flow file, then that also has information belonging to the similar location ID. So this is how we perform the partitioning. Okay, now next what I am doing is, if you see here, if you noticed, let's right click on list queue, and if you would have noticed here, all the flow files are having same name, which is employee.csv. Okay, so if I write this, if I use put a processor to write this flow file, all my flow files are going to have same name, so that's why it is going to get overwritten. Okay, so what I want is, I want to save all the flow files Okay, so to do that, what we need to do is we need to make this file name unique. So that's why what I have done is I have again used update attribute, and in the update attribute, if you see the configuration in the update attribute, I have updated file name attribute to file name, and I have also added location ID. Let's see what are these information, file name and location ID. So if you go one level back and you click on the success queue, right click and go to the list queue, you will notice that all these flow files are having two attributes. Okay, one attribute which I have used in that function is file name, and the other one which I have used is location ID. Okay, so these are the two attributes which all our flow file has. So based on that, I have created a function to use these two attributes to create a unique file name. Okay, now if you again go back to update attribute and select configure, you will notice that I have used both of these attributes, and since we are using the value of the attribute, so this is the syntax to use that. So you have to, whenever you want to use the value of any attribute, you have to define it starting with dollar and then curly braces. Inside the curly brace you need to write the attribute name. So let's say I want to use the file value of file name, so I'll be giving file name. We'll be having a separate section on how to use these attribute names, and you can also read more about this from NiFi, NiFi documentation. You can go under the expression, using expression syntax and all those stuff, which will give you more understanding about this. Now if you noticed, in this attribute also we have input definition and output definition. However, this is not required. This came because I just copy pasted this update attribute and I just modified a couple of values. So if any of the attributes you want to use again, you can do Control C, Control V. Let's say I want to use log message again, so I can press Control C and Control V. It will copy and paste that processor. Then I can double click on that and I can make some changes and adjustment. This is a way to perform faster development. I'm going to delete log message. Okay, so in the update attribute, what I will do is I will delete this input definition and output definition. This is not required. Only thing what we want to do is we want to update the file name from file name to file name, and so all the files are going to have employee.csv, and along with that it is going to have the location ID. So the output file name will be employee.csv followed with location ID and then followed with .csv. Okay, so that's the way it has been written. I have not made any other changes here. So now let's run it and let's click on refresh. Okay, so now let's see what is the output of this. Right click on the success queue and click on list queue. In the list queue, if you see, we have the same number of flow files, and let's click on view details to see the attributes. And now if you see, the file name attribute has been updated with employee.csv underscore location ID. So if you see, location ID was ET, so that location ID has been appended here, and then we have added .csv. This is a way to make this file name unique. Otherwise, after you perform the partition, all the flow files are going to have the same file name. So now I'm using put file processor and writing this file to /tmp/target directory. And if you notice, in the create missing directory, I have set it to true. So let's say if target directory doesn't exist, it is going to create the target directory. Click on OK, and now let's start this processor. Okay, as you can see, this has successfully written all the files and moved the flow files to success queue. So now if we go to the server and go inside, let me clear the screen first. Let's go inside /tmp/target directory. This is the directory where we have written all the file. Let's do ls here. So now after doing the ls, you can see all our files has been successfully written here with the name employee.csv and followed with underscore location id.csv. Let's see the content of one of the file. As you can see here, each flow file now having only the related content. And now these files can be transferred to any number of targets depending on their need. So this tutorial was very long actually, and also I didn't have time to explain each of the components in much detail, so we'll be discussing about each of the processor in more details in subsequent videos. But I hope it had given you fair idea about what is the real use case which you are going to perform with NiFi. Also, if you notice, I have created all these processor under data enrichment example processor group. So I'm going to go back to NiFi flow, and if you right click here and if you click on create template, it is going to store this in a template. I have already done this and I have created a template, and if whenever you click create a template, you can manage those templates by clicking here on the templates. In the templates, if you see, I have already created a template which is called data enrichment examples. So whenever I want to use this, or let's say I want to send it to someone, I can go to template. If I want to use it here, I will go on template, I will select this data enrichment example, I will click on add, and this will add this processor group here. So I'll be sharing this template with you. You can download this template, and also I'll be sharing the sample files with you. So you can download the templates and you can download the CSV file, and then you can run this in your NiFi instance and see if it is working successfully. If you have any query, please feel free to write in the comment section. Welcome again to this tutorial. In this video, we'll be discussing about a few more processors. So what I have done is I have organized all the processors into a process group. So this is the one, these are the processors which we used in previous lessons. So I have organized all this under data enrichment example process group, and then I renamed that with different name. So now what we will do is we will create another processor group, and here we'll be discussing about split record, and also we'll be discussing about file duplication and record level duplication. So let me rename it to deduplication example. So if we double click on this process group, we'll be going inside that processor group. So now if you notice, we are inside the duplication example. So again, I'll be reading the same CSV file. So what we'll do is let's go back and copy a couple of processors from previous examples. So I'm going to copy get file and update attribute, and also let's copy put file. So I selected these three processors using Control Shift and then left clicking, and now I'm going to go to deduplication example processor group, and here I'm going to press Control V. So a simple copy and paste, what you do in any other application pretty much. So in get file, we already have our input directory and file filter set, because this is what we just copy pasted from previous lessons. So I'm just going to connect it to update attribute, and the new processor which we are going to learn now is split record. So if you remember, in previous lessons we discussed about partitioning. Partitioning splits the records based on a similarity of the record. So as you remember, in previous tutorial we splitted all the records based on their location ID. In this one we are going to split all the records based on the count of the record. So what we'll be doing is, let's say there is a scenario and we want to split all the records into set of 50 records per file. So in that case you can use split record processor. So let's right click on this processor group and click on configure. In the configure you can see record reader. So record reader we have already defined the schema, so we are just going to use that, which was CSV reader. So this is same as defined in previous lesson and we are just going to reuse it. So that's another benefit of using controller services, you can just reuse them again and again. And in the record writer I'm going to use CSV record set writer. And in the records per split you need to give the number of records you wanted to split it in each flow file. So I'm going to give it count of 100 and let's click on OK and select apply. So once let me drag this processor put file processor here. So once split record is successfully able to split the records, we want to load those files to the target directory. So I have connected split record to put file processor, and in this one we have three relations. As you can see, one is splits and then there are additional relations which is failure and original. So in case of failure we do not want to do anything, so we will just select here for self termination, and also in case of original we don't want to do anything, so we'll just select auto termination and click on apply. Note here I did not select splits because for the case of splits we already have a connection set which is pointing to put file processor. So just click on OK, and in the put file, in the properties, if you see, we have already defined directory name in previous file. Let's change this directory to splitted records. And since we have create missing directories option enabled to true, we do not need to set this in advance. This will get auto created. This directory, if it doesn't exist, will get auto created. So let's click on apply, and after that it is still giving warning which is related to the relationship, because it expects its relationship to be either self-terminating or it should be pointing to the next processor. In our case we just want to this relationship to be self-terminating, so let's select automatically terminate relationship for both failure and success. Now we can run these processors one by one and see the result. So first one, get file ran successfully, and let's see in the queue. Okay, so as we see in the queue we have data which came from employee.csv file. And let's now start update attribute. Update attribute is just going to update two attributes, which is input definition and output definition. Let's check them. So for that you go and click on view details, and then if you see we will be having input definition and output definition. Input definition is set to input schema, in which we have defined the Avro schema on how to read the CSV file, and similar for output definition we have defined output schema, and in the output schema we have given the Avro schema format on how to read the schema. Now let's start split record processor and see the result. So now if you see split record process splitted the file into 20 flow files, and each of the files should be containing the number of records we given here. So we had given to split 100 records per file. So let's right click on this queue and go to list queue, and here we should be able to see the content of the file. So as you see, each of the file having 100 records, and there is one header record. So total we have 101 records, and that's same for all the files. So randomly if I try to see any other, just going to refresh, if we see any other flow file also, the content will be splitted equally. If you had noticed, here we do not have records splitted based on the location ID. If you see, each file having 100 records and it is having mix of location ID, whereas in the partitioning record processor, all the flow files had similar record. Now let's run put file, and let's go to view configuration. So we wanted to copy all these files to this directory. We'll go to the server and validate that now. So as you noticed, it has created only one file with the name employee.csv, because as I told you in previous example as well, when this split processor or partition processor works, the file name remains the same. Even though the whole data is split into multiple flow files, the file name remains the same and the unique ID is different. So in this case, what we can do is we can again go back to our previous processor group, and then we can copy this update attributes again, and we can reuse that. So now I need to terminate this relationship, and I need to connect this to update attribute, and then I'll be connecting it to put file. And in this update attribute, we'll be updating file name property with the file name, and along with location ID. Probably I'll see what is the attribute we want in this case, not necessarily location ID, because we do not have location ID attribute, I think, in this case. So I'll stop it here, and then we will be able to remove this queue. So whenever you want to remove queue, you need to make sure it is not connected to any running processor. So both the processor which is connected to this queue is stopped state, and then you also need to empty the queue, and then only you will be able to see the delete option. Now we'll be connecting this split record to update attribute, and then in case of splits, we want the flow files attributes to be updated. So what we'll do here is, if you remember, we do not have any location ID in this case, because in previous example partition record processor created location ID attribute. In this case we are not using partitioning, so no location ID attribute has been created and attached to any flow file. So what we will do is, if all the flow files has UUID which remains unique, so what we'll do is we'll use that UUID to generate unique file names. So the syntax to use UUID is UUID, and since it is a function, you have to also use parentheses, opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis. Hopefully it should work. Hopefully I have not made any spelling mistakes. Let's run this again. I'm just going to stop this get file again, otherwise it will keep on submitting new files which we do not want. And let's right click on this queue and see whether the file name attribute, what is the value in the file name attribute? Okay, this one is employee.csv, because this one is the queue before update attribute processor, so that's why you see the same value. Now after we run update attribute, the file name value should be getting changed. Okay, now let's see in the queue of these processors, and then as you can see here, file name value has been updated. So now we are going to write using put file. Let's start this one. Now if you go to view configuration, you will be seeing that we have directory temp record configured, so inside this we should be able to see our files. Let's verify that on the server. So we are already in splitted records directory. Let's do ls, and as you can see, there are 20 files which has been created here, and each has been created with UUID appended to the original file name.
Welcome guys.
Welcome guys. So in this tutorial we are going to discuss about file level duplication. So the way to do that is we need to have a couple of more processors. So let me show you the processor which we are going to use to identify file level duplication. So by file level duplication, what I mean is that any file name which has been processed once should not be getting processed again. So the first processor which we need is that is cryptographic hash attribute, so I'm going to add that, and the other one which we need is detect duplicate processor, so I'm adding that as well. So before we do an further configuration, I just wanted to let you know so how hash attribute, cryptographic hash attribute works is, it is going to take one of the attribute of the flow files, and then it is going to do hashing of that attribute, and that hash value will be passed to detect duplicate, and detect duplicate is going to check that hash value in the one of the caching service, and in that one it will check whether this value has already been seen before. If it finds out that this value has already been seen before, then it is going to show that value as a duplicate value, and based on that it is going to move the flow file to duplicate or non-duplicate side. So what we will do is, let's add one more processor which is put file. And let's first define all the relationships. So first we are going to read a file. In the get file, I will change the get file again to employee.csv. This is the file which we used in previous lecture as well. So get file, we are going to pass it to cryptographic hash attribute, and then after the value is hashed, we are going to pass that hashed value to detect duplicate. Let's select both the relationship individually so we can see both the endpoints, failed and success endpoints, and let me move it to the other side. And in the detect duplicate, let's connect it with put file along with duplicate and non-duplicate. And detect duplicate has basically three relationships. So the third one is failure, which I'm going to do automatically terminate. We do not want to check failure flow files. So guys, in case of non-duplicate, I want the file to be written into the target system, but in the case of duplicate, I do not want it to be written on the target system. So I'm going to remove this connection, and in case of failure, I'm just going to write it to log message. So I'll be using log message processor. And For the case of duplicate, we are just going to connect it with log message. And log message, we are not going to use it. It is just like a placeholder for now. So I will disable it for now. Alright, so now we have defined all the relationship. Now we will be configuring each of the processors one by one. So get file we have already configured, and in the properties we have set the home directory and also the CSV file which we want to read. In the cryptographic hash attribute, the way to configure it is in the properties we need to provide the name of the attribute on which we want to find the unique things. So in this case, in our case, we want to see unique file names. Okay, so what I'm going to do is there is an attribute which is called file name. So I have specified that attribute in the property name, and in the value I'm going to specify hash.value. So this can be any value. This is going to be your output attribute. So whatever you specify here, that is going to be a new attribute created with this name, and that attribute is going to have the value which has been hashed. So I'll explain you in the example. So once it runs, we are going to have a new attribute attached in the flow files, and that attribute name will be hash.value, and it will be containing the hashed value of file name. So that's how to interpret this, or that's how to understand this. Let's click on apply, and now let's configure detect duplicate. Now before we configure detect duplicate, just wanted to let you know that detect duplicate requires one hashing server. So if you just go in the property, if you see in the distributed cache service, we need to provide one of the distributed cache service which we are going to use. So here you can specify only client. So let me go and click on create new service, and here you can see we have many distributed cache client available here. So this can connect to Couchbase, and it can connect to distributed map cache client. It can connect to HBase and Redis. So in this example, we are going to use distributed map cache client service. So in order to do that, one more thing which we will do is let's first create distributed map cache server. So for that one, you can go to the operate palette and then click on configuration. Okay, and then click on this create a new controller service. And here you can select distributed map cache server and click on add, and then go to configure, and here you need to specify a default port. By default it is 4557 on which this service is going to run. I'm going to change this to 4559. You can change it to any port, just make sure that port is not being used by any other service. So that's all you need to do here, and then we can start this service. Now I'm going to close this, and then we will go to detect duplicate processor again, right click and select configure. So now guys, if you remember whatever hash attribute which I had given here, what same attribute we should be using in the detect duplicate cache entry identifier. So I am using the same attribute by appending dollar and keeping it in the brackets. So what it is going to do is it is going to use the value of hash.value attribute. So I'll be showing you this through the example. In the distributed cache service, let's select distributed map cache client service, and let's click on create, and then we'll be having this arrow sign. Let's select here, and we'll be moving to that controller services again, where we created distributed map cache server. This time we are going to configure this distributed map cache client service. So click on configure, and then here we need to specify the host on which this distributed map cache server is running. So we have started this on the same machine, so I'm going to say localhost. And if you remember, the port on which we started distributed map cache service was 4559, so I'm going to specify the same port again and click on apply. Now you can start this client service as well. Okay, so now we see this is in stop state, not giving any warning, so it is good to go. Now what we will do is, in the put file, let's also configure this one, and in the directory we want to keep all the non-duplicate file to non-duplicate directory. That's it for now. I do not want to specify anything here. And also, if you notice, create missing directory is set to true, so which means it is going to automatically create this directory if it doesn't already exist. And in the put file, in the relationship, we are going to create self-terminate all the relationships. Now let's run this and try to understand the flow. So when I did get file, it move a file to the success queue, and in the success queue we can see the file of the content of the file. Okay, so this is our employee.csv file on which we had last session as well. And here you can see in the file name we have employee.csv. So I have specified this attribute to be used by cryptographic processor file name. So here, if you remember, in the cryptographic attribute, if you go in the configure properties, we have specified file name. So whatever the content is in the file name attribute, it is going to use that value and going to hash that value, and then that hashed value is going to be assigned to hash.value attribute name. So now let's run this one, and now we see this has moved to success. Now let's see the attributes. Okay, if we see in the hash value, we have a hash value assigned. Let's select OK. Close this one. Okay, let me close this one, this get file, because it is going to keep on running otherwise. So now if you see what has happened in the queue, since this get file was running, it has read the same file 2 times. Okay, so our ideal behavior in this case will be one file will be going to duplicate and one file is going to go to non-duplicate, because we have read the same file multiple times. So let's run this and see the behavior. Now as you notice, one file has gone to non-duplicate and the other file has gone to duplicate. And now I'm going to start this put file processor, which is going to write the non-duplicate file inside /tmp/non-duplicate directory. Now let's go to this directory and see. As we can see, employee.csv file has been created here. So now let's try to read this file again and see what happens. So as you see, in the duplicate I have the same file again. So now it is not moving the same file in the non-duplicate. Let me stop it and try one more time. So whenever we stop and start, this goes and reads the same file again, and then it processes. And if you do refresh, you can see the new data. So it doesn't matter how many times we try to read the same file, it is always going to go to duplicate, because that file has already been written once and the same file is not going to be processed again. So now let's say if the file name is different, how is it going to behave? So what we'll do is, we are going to copy the same file and going to rename and going to give a new name to that. So employee.csv file is available here. I'm going to create a copy of it with a different name. So let's say I will give it name of employee underscore 01.csv. I'm going to copy this name. Let's first check whether the file exists or not. Okay, employee.01.csv has been created. I'm going to copy this name and going to update the file name. So if you want to make any update, you need to stop the processor and then only you will be able to make any changes. So I have updated the file name, and this time, since it is a new file, it has not been already processed. This time this should be going in the non-duplicate. I'll just I'll hold stop processor so we are able to see the new data. Okay, as you can see now, new file has gone to non-duplicate because this is the first time we are processing this file. And let me stop and start this again and see what happens now. So now you can see next time file did not go to non-duplicate, it went to duplicate because the same file has already been read and it is now going to duplicate. So now if I run this put file, and here if I see both my file has been processed here. So that is an example of finding duplicate file names, and based on that you can process further. In next lesson we'll be discussing about identifying duplicate records.
So in this tutorial we are going
to learn about record level duplication. By record level duplication, what I mean is that if in any file, or let's say if we find the same record which has already been processed again, then we do not want to process it. Okay, so record level duplication you can perform on the file level, and that can also be performed based on a day. So let's say in one day if the same record comes again, you don't want to process it and you want to mark it as a duplicate record. So that's where we need record level duplication identification. So the process is little similar to what we have done for file level duplication. The changes which we need is one is we do not need this cryptographic hash attribute processor, so we are going to delete this one. Let me delete this one. And so the one which we are going to need in this case is cryptographic hash content, because this time we want to check the uniqueness based on the content of the flow file, not on the attribute of the flow file. Last time we checked on the attribute means like the metadata of the flow file, which is the, for example, it can be the file name, it can be any other attribute, but this time it is going to be the content. So that's why we have selected cryptographic hash content. The rest of the thing is going to be the same. More or less the only thing which we need to do is we need to use a split record processor again, because whenever we want to do record level deduplication, we need to make sure our record is splitted into a single record per flow file. Okay, so I'm going to again enable all these processor which we have disabled in last video. Before that, let me clear the queue. Let me clear this queue as well, and let me clear all the other queues as well. Okay, so we enable update attribute, and we will also enable split record processor. So the way it works is we are going to receive a file, and that file we are going to split based on record by record, and then cryptographic hash content is going to receive that record, and based on that it is going to create a hash value on that record, and that hashed value is going to be used by detect duplicate to check whether it is a duplicate or not. So for split record, for the split relationship, I'm going to map it to cryptographic hash content, and for all other endpoints we can just do a self termination. So that has already been done. So once cryptographic hash content is processed, we want it to connect to detect duplicate for all the cases of success. And for failure, you can decide if you want to see, you can connect it with failure again. So but we don't want to do it. I just want to do a self termination for failures. Okay, and remember this detect duplicate uses hash service, so which we have already created in last video, distributed map cache service. So if you have not watched how to create that, please watch the previous video, and then you will be able to understand this tutorial better. Now let's configure this cryptographic hash content, and in the properties we need to select a hashing algorithm. So I'm just going to select SHA-256. If you remember, this is a little different than previous hash attribute processor or cryptographic hash attribute processor. In that one we had created a new attribute and given the name of the file name. So in this case we are not going to do that, because the way cryptographic hash attribute works is different, and the way cryptographic hash content works is a different. So let's see in the documentation. So if you follow cryptographic hash content documentation, you will see that in the right attribute, cryptographic hash content processor creates a new attribute with the name content underscore followed with the hashing algorithm which is selected by you. So if you have selected SHA-256 hashing algorithm, it is going to create a new attribute with the name content underscore SHA-256 in each of the flow file, and that attribute we are going to use in detect duplicate. So in the detect duplicate, select configure, and here we need to change it to from hash value to content. Okay, since we have selected SHA-256 algorithm, that's why I'm changing it to this one. If you change it to some different algorithm, then you need to change here accordingly. So I'm just going to click on OK. Or rather, let me just make changes here, and let me select SHA-512. And since we have selected SHA-512 here in the detect duplicate also, we need to make change and change this to 512. Okay, so that's all we need to do here, and now it should be able to detect duplicate rows or duplicate records. So now to make it easier, what I will do is, we have employee.csv file here, so I will probably take only 5 records, so it is easier for us to understand and see the value. Okay, so I will create a new file with first 5 record and name that new file is, I'll name the new file to employee new.csv. Okay, so in the, let's get back to get file processor and change the file name here as well, because we don't want to read employee.0.csv file, we want to read employee underscore new.csv file. And directory name is same, I have created this file in the same directory, so I'm not going to make any changes here. And in the split record, we need to have only one record per split. So yeah, I'm just going to change this value to 1. And now the way it is going to work is get file is going to read employee underscore new CSV file, and then update attribute is going to update the two attributes, which is input definition and output definition. This is same what we have in video second, where we discussed about schema and reading CSV file and all those stuff. And after that, split records splits all the record which has been read into a flow file, single record per flow file, and that flow file is going to be in the content of that flow file is going to be encrypted by cryptographic hash content, and that hash value is going to be assigned to a detect duplicate cache entry identifier, and it is going to check whether that record has already been seen or not. If it has been seen, it is going to go to duplicate, and if not, it is going to go to non-duplicate. Now let's run this one by one and see how it works. Okay, so let's see the success queue, and then we should be able to see the content. Okay, we have 1 2 3 4, we have 4 records in this file. Okay, so update attribute process has been processed successfully. Now I'm going to start split record processor, and now we have this has been split into 5 splits. Now let's see what is the content inside this flow file. So if you see, each of the flow file is having a header, and also it is having only one record. So that's what we wanted to see. And also, if you notice, there is a new column which has been appended, which is called country name. This is because in the output definition, if you see the configuration properties, guys, I'm also going to stop this. I don't want to continue processing this, so I have stopped get file processor, because we have set it to work every 10 seconds, and that's how it was behaving. So now I'm going to click on split record, and let's see in the view configuration we have selected CSV record set writer. And in the CSV record set writer, if you recall, we have selected output schema, and in the output schema we had defined 4 column names. That is why in the output of split record we see 4 column names. But anyways, that's not the problem here. So now what we will do is, let me clean up this queue, because now we see already this same file has been read 2 times, and if I pass this one, it is already going to start complaining about some records being duplicate. So I'm just going to remove this queue. I'm going to empty the content, and then we will run everything again. Okay, so this time I'm going to start get file, and then I will immediately stop it so it doesn't run again. Okay, so now we see the file has been processed and it has been split into 1 record. Let's verify that again. Okay, yes, so each flow file is having only 1 record. And now let's start cryptographic hash content. Okay, so it has processed and it has generated 5 flow files. Now let's select on success queue and select in the list queue and see what is the attribute has been updated on each of the flow files. So if we see, content underscore SHA512 has been updated with the hash value, and that hash value is generated based on the content of each flow file. So this hash value is always going to be unique based on the records. So if any duplicate records comes, the hash value is going to be duplicate, and based on that, detect duplicate is going to detect that this record is a duplicate. So what I will do is I will run this again, detect duplicate, and then let's see what happens. So as we ran this for the first time, all the records which were available in that file is a new record, and it moved to non-duplicate relationship. Now what we will do is, let's process the same file again and let's see what happens. Now if you notice, the same duplicate record has moved to a duplicate relationship. I'm going to stop this get file, and what I will do is I will insert a new record in this file. Okay, let's say I inserted a new record with my name and with country code IN. And if you see in this entire file, so this is only the one record which we have not read, and all the previous record has already been read. So what should happen is, only one record should be moving to non-duplicate, and remaining all the records should be moving to duplicate. So guys, just remember the count. In non-duplicate we have 5 items, and in duplicate also we have 5 items. So now let's see, we are expecting one record to be moving to non-duplicate and remaining 4 moving to duplicate. Oh, in fact 5 are going to move to duplicate and 1 is going to move to non-duplicate, because we just inserted one more record in the existing file which were having 5 records. So let's run this, and as you can see, one record moved here and remaining all the records has been moved to duplicate. Let's right click on this one and go to list queue. Okay, this is previous flow file. So guys, flow files are not sorted in sorted order here, so we have to search for the new record which we inserted. Okay, so this is the record which I had inserted, and we can see that that new record has been moved to non-duplicate side here. So this is how you identify or you perform a record level deduplication. So now based on this, you should be able to process duplicate or non-duplicate records based on the use case you have. So in this tutorial we are going to learn about NiFi and what is the processor which is used to read and write data to HBase. So to demonstrate you, I have already installed HBase on my machine, and also I have created few tables. So people who don't know about HBase, so basically to log into HBase we use HBase shell command. So I have typed HBase shell, and then I'm going to type list command to list all the tables. And then to see the description of the table, you are going to use describe command. And I have created environmental text account table. So I'm going to show you what is the column family name in this table. So as you can see, the column family which has been created here is named call in my case. So I will exit this shell, and then we are going to go to NiFi screen, and here in the get file I have configured to use environmental text account file. Okay, this is a sample file which I downloaded from the internet. Previously we were working on employee.csv file, and this is a separate file which I have downloaded. So let me show you few records in this file. Let me clear the screen first. So this is the type of records which we have in this file. And as you know, why the update attribute is used, it is used to update the attributes of a flow file. So I'm using this update attribute processor to update input definition and output definition. And again, I have created schema registry, and in the schema registry I have used environmental text account name to define the schema of the file which we are going to read. People who have watched my previous videos, they'll be already be aware about these things. And then the next processor which I have used is that is called put HBase record processor. So this processor is used to write to HBase. So let's right click on this processor and click on view configuration. In the view configuration, you see we have something called record reader. So in the record reader I have specified CSV reader, and in the HBase client service I have created a new HBase client. And if you are doing it for the first time, you will not see this client by default. Let me stop this service and let me show you. So whenever you log in, whenever you use this component for the first time, you are going to see only create new service. So you are going to click on create new service, and then you can use HBase client service. I have already done this, and the client service which I am using is HBase client, and also I have given it a name HBase client followed with the IP address of the server. Now in this client we also need to specify additional HBase related settings. So for that one you can follow this arrow link and click on go to. And here now we again back to the controller services where we have defined HBase client, and if you go in the configuration you will be seeing that I have specified Hadoop configuration file name, which is hbase-site.xml. So this file is going to be given to you by your HBase administrator guy in the production system. So this hbase-site.xml, this contains information about Zookeeper and other stuff. Let me also show this file to you. So the content in this file is this. Okay, so this is something which is going to be understood by HBase admin guys. You don't need to be worried about these things. Only thing which you need to know is that while configuring this HBase client, you need to provide the information of hbase-site.xml file. And that's the only thing which you need to do here. No need to make changes in any other information. However, if you are using Kerberos authentication, then you need to provide Kerberos information. If you are not using that, then you don't need to provide any other information here. So then just click on OK, and then I'm going to close this window. Now let's go to let's right click on put HBase record processor and click on configure again. And if you see in the table name, I have given environmental text account. So this is the table name which I shown you in the beginning on the HBase shell prompt. And inside that we had a column family name call. So in the column family name, I have given call as my column family name. Also, when you define a column family name in HBase, there is something called row identifier as well. So here you also need to give information about row identifier. In the row identifier, you are going to give information about the row which is going to be uniquely identified. So these are the information which will be very easily understood by HBase guy. So the only thing which you need to know here is these are some of the mandatory fields which you need to fill in order to get HBase working. At the bottom I have not made any changes. So the only thing which I have changed here is record reader, HBase client service, table name, row identifier field name, and column family. Now click on apply. I think that's good enough. Now we should be able to start this processor, and let's see how it works. So I'm going to start get file. and let me also stop this, so I don't want to read the same file again and again. So now let's click on this queue and see what is the content which is inside this queue. Okay, as you can see, this is a very big file, around 50 records, and also there are many columns. So all this is going to be inserted into HBase. Now I'm going to run update attribute processor. So update attribute processor is not going to make any changes. The only thing it is going to do is it is going to update the attribute of a flow file. So in the attribute, if you see, input definition has been updated with environmental text account, and in our schema registry we have defined a schema against environmental text account. So that's how put HBase recorder knows that it is going to use CSV reader, and CSV reader knows how to read the content of a CSV reader. So let's run this processor now. And when I ran this processor, there are records which has been moved to success queue. Now let me click on list queue and let's see the content of the file. Okay, so all these records have successfully been moved to HBase. Now to read the data, I'm going to run get HBase, and if we just right click on this and configure, click on configure, we see we have defined HBase client service as the same client name, and in the table name I have provided the table name where we inserted the data. Now if I start this, as you can see, we are able to scan the data. Now let's click on list queue, and as you can see we have 3 flow files, and let's see the content of the flow files. So as you can see, our data is here now. So guys, you might be wondering like why we have only one records in each of the files. Okay, the reason being is, if you see our data, so in our data we have similar type of year name. So the way HBase stores is, HBase treats this row number here as a unique, because in the while writing it I had specified that our row number is going to be unique. Here you can see in the row identifier field I have specified here as unique. So that's why whenever new data was being inserted using the same year name, it was actually creating a new version of the same data. So that's more about how HBase behaves. But the thing which I wanted to explain you, that using get HBase and put HBase, you are able to read and write data. Hey guys, so in this tutorial we are going to learn about execute stream command, and this processor is used to run your own script. So let's say you have a script which is created in Java or Python or any other language, and in this session you are going to learn how you can utilize that script in order to perform some operation on the flow file. So whenever you have a scenario in which you are not able to implement that using NiFi processors and you want to create your own custom script, you can always use execute stream command processor. So now let me tell you what is the problem statement I have. So let's say I have a data like employee name, and also I have a data like monthly salary, and let's say name of each employee is given in this format, and monthly salary is appended in a single cell using pipe delimiter. Okay, and in this case, let's say you want to perform some transformation and you want to see the data like So let's say before performing any transformation, your data was like this, and after the transformation you want your data to be splitted like this. This functionality is commonly known as explode in Python, and also it is commonly known as normalization. So this kind of functionality can be implemented by writing your own custom scripts. So in my problem statement, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this get file, and I'm going to show you the file which I receive. So if you see, the file which I receive is having a column which is called flag, and in the flag column I have multiple flags, and this is separated by a pipe. Let's say I want to perform a normalization or explode operation on this. So for that one I have written a custom script, and I'm going to call that script using execute script command. So now the way to use execute script command is very simple. You can go into the processor and type execute script command, and then you can add this processor here. So since I have already added this processor, I'm just going to delete this one and going to show you the configuration which I have done. So if we right click on execute stream command and click on configure, then you will see we have something called command path. In the command path you need to provide the script name which you have developed, and in the command arguments you are going to type the name of the arguments which you are going to pass. So in my script I have created the script in such a way that it is going to receive one argument, and that argument is going to be a column name. As I shown you in my scenario, I have a column name which is called flag, and I want to explode this into multiple rows. So that's why I'm passing one argument which is called flag, which is a column name. And in the argument delimiter, if you have multiple arguments, you can use argument delimiter, and in that case you can pass multiple arguments using a delimiter. Let's say I can pass multiple arguments using something like this. So this is going to base depending on your use case. In my use case I do not have any additional column. I have just created it to accept only one argument, so I'm just going to pass only one argument, and that is the only change which I have made here. I have not made any other change here. I will also show you what is the script which I have written in this Python normalize.py Python program. So if you see, my script is very straightforward. I'm using Python 3 in order to write this script. So whatever flow file which is received from get file is going to be passed to execute stream command as a standard input. So you need to your program should be able to accept the standard input, and then it should be able to perform operation on that standard input. So if you see, I have written this piece of code which is called sysstdin. So what it does is, whatever data which is sent from previous flow file, this piece of line is going to receive the data, and then it is going to send all the data to a file object which is a pandas object. So I'm not going to explain this program to you. The only thing which you need to know is that in order to handle a standard input, you need to write a code which can handle standard input, and standard input is going to receive all the contents which was provided by the previous processor. So all the data which you see here in the success queue, it is going to go to execute stream command, and in the execute stream command it is going to be handled by standard input, and after that you are going to write here the logic to perform operation on that data. In my case, I'm splitting the data and then I'm performing explode function, and after that is done, you can write the output back to standard output. So in that case, the next processor which is connected to execute stream command is going to receive that output. So let me run this and see how it works. So we have already started get file, and we have received 5 flow files. So let's see the content of the flow files. So if you see the content of the flow files, in the flag column we have multiple attributes separated by pipe delimiter. So now I'm going to run execute stream command, and I have connected execute stream command with a funnel. This funnel is just going to act like a placeholder in this situation, and I have joined this funnel with original, non-zero and output stream relationship. If you right click on execute stream command relationship, you will notice that we have three relationships. One is non-zero status and the other one is original and the output stream. So all these relationships data are going to be submitted to the next processor. So when I start execute stream command, you'll be noticing that 3 file has been passed to original. So this original relationship is going to have the content of original file. So if you see in the original queue, we are not having any change in the data. It is having exactly the same data which was passed in the original flow file. So I'm going to go back and going to see output stream. In the output stream, right click and select list queue, and then open a flow file. Now you'll be noticing the flag column has been separated by pipe delimiter. So now we see more number of rows, and each number of rows are having only one value against flag, and the data has been splitted. So this is something which we wanted to see in this problem statement. If you have any other problem statement, you can write your own custom script, and you can call that custom script using execute stream command. So in this session, we are going to learn how to connect to Oracle using NiFi processors. So I have already created a process group which is called Oracle DB example, and if we go inside this, you can see I'm using a processor which is called query database table. And if you right click on query database table processor and select configure, then you see here we have option to provide a database connection pooling service name. So by default it will be a blank, but you can select create new service, and then you will be able to select a service. Okay, so by default, since we are going to connect to database, so I'm going to keep it DBCP connection pool. And just to differentiate between Postgres connection or any other connection, I usually do a postfix. So if I am using Oracle, I put Oracle in the end. Or if you have multiple environments of Oracle, then you can also postfix the name of the application or name of the environment, something like this. So I have already done this, so I will just show you how I have done it. So I have created the pooling service name, which is in my case called DBCP connection pool underscore Oracle. So once you click on this go to service, here you can see the new controller service which has been created, and which is called DBCP connection pool underscore Oracle, since we have renamed it. And once you click on view configuration, so there are a couple of important things which we need to fill. One of those is called a database connection URL. So this is the JDBC connection URL which you need to specify. So in JDBC connection URL, this is the prefix which you need to keep, followed by @ and this is the IP address on which Oracle is running. So in my case, this is the IP address on which Oracle service is running, and also it is running on port 1521, and it is the database name is XE. So if you have a different database, make sure you provide the database name here, and also don't forget to change the IP address to the IP address of where Oracle is running, and also change the port. Now second thing which is more important is the name of the Oracle driver class. So basically, as you remember, when we connected to Postgres, we downloaded Postgres jar file, and that also had one of the class name in that jar file. So similarly, when we are connecting to Oracle, we need to download a jar file which is called ojdbc8.jar, and then you can provide the full path of that file wherever you have kept it. In my case, I have downloaded ojdbc8.jar file, and I have kept under D drive inside NiFi_working_directory and /NiFi folder, but you can keep it anywhere. And database driver class name which you need to provide is called oracle.jdbc.driver.oracle. O is in caps and driver D is in caps. So to download ojdbc8.jar, simply you can type download ojdbc8, and then you can follow the link. Just make sure you follow the correct link, which is of oracle.com, and here you can just download this ojdbc8.jar. And once you click on to download, you may also need to accept this license agreement. So I have already downloaded this, and I have saved it in this location, and I have provided the full path here. So these are the three things which is related to connection. So as of now, we have provided the server details on which Oracle is running along with the port, and also provided the database name. And then we have provided the driver class name, and also we have provided the full location of the driver. The next thing which we need to do is we need to put the database username. So right now I'm running with a default user which is called system, and also I have provided the password. So in your case, make sure you provide the correct database username and the password using which you are able to connect to this database. Also, I will recommend you, before you connect using NiFi, just make sure you use SQL developer, and you verify that you are able to successfully connect to a database, and then only try connecting with NiFi. Otherwise, you may end up spending a lot of time in troubleshooting. So that's all which is required here. So you can click on OK, and after that you need to enable it. In my case, I have already enabled, so that's why I see the option of disabling. But for the first time you need to enable it, and after that you should be seeing the state enabled. So once that is done, you can close this controller services, and then you go back to query database table, select configure, and then here since I want to perform select query, I have provided the name of the table which is employee in this case, and also in the database type you can provide what kind of version you are going to connect to. So in my case, I am using Oracle 18, so I have provided Oracle 12 plus. And just to demonstrate you, so basically I have created a table which is called employee, and in that employee table I have only two columns. One is ID and the other one is name. So I have also inserted 4 records in this table. So we can see this is the output which I have got after running select query. And let me also do a commit. So whatever record we have inserted, it is going to get committed. And now if I do select query again, I get this output. Okay, so now we should be able to retrieve all of this information using NiFi. So for now, these are the only 3 things which I have changed in this processor, and let's click on apply. And also let's go on to scheduling, and let's change it to, let's say, 10 seconds. And now let's right click and start this and see how it works. Okay, so you can see we have received a flow file, and let's see what is the content inside this flow file. Okay, so now if you see the output, we have actually received all the 4 records. So we have received ID along with the name, and the output which we have received is in the JSON format. Again, you can format it to some other format using other processors. So now what will happen if this runs again? So since we have configured it to run every 5 seconds, so you see it is running every we have configured it to run every 10 seconds. So it is running every 10 seconds, and each of the run, it is actually bringing all the records from the table. Okay, so in each of the run, you see it has executed as of now 6 times, and whenever it is executing, it is going and querying the table and bringing all the records. So whatever the data there in the table, it is bringing that. But let's say we do not want this behavior. What we want is we want to read incremental data. Okay, we don't want to continue reading the same data again and again. So in that case, I'll let you know the configuration which you need to make. So let's first clear all the data from here. So I have cleared all the data from queue. And now in the properties, we have something called additional where clause. Alright, so yeah, in additional where clause, you can put some custom filter if you want, but in our case, we want to read incremental data, so I'm not going to put anything here. The property which we need to modify is called maximum value columns. So we can provide a column name which is going to have incremental data. So in my case, I'll be assuming that each new record is going to have a new employee ID. So in my case, I'm assuming that ID is always going to be incremental. So here I will provide ID. Okay, so once we do that, and let's run this again. So for the first time, I'm assuming it is going to bring everything. As you see again, whenever it is running first time, it is going to bring everything. But from second time onwards, our expectation is if the data is not changed, it is not going to bring anything. And if the data is changed and there is a new data, then it is going to bring only the additional data. So now if you notice, I'm running this again, but I'm refreshing this, but it is not bringing any new data because there is no change which has happened in the database or the table which we are querying. So now the only way when it will bring new data is when there is a additional data is added in this table. So let's add one more record. So next time when that query runs, it is going to bring only that newly added record. So I'll add a new name, Steven, and let's run this. So we can see one row is inserted, and let's also do a commit. And let's also do select star from employee, so we can see what is the data here in the table. So now here we see we have 5 records. Let's go back to NiFi, and now we see NiFi has executed again, for the second time. And let's see what is the data in the second run. So now if you saw this is the output of first run, which is having all the data, and this is the output of second run, which is having only the newly added column. So now let's say this time we will add 3 more records. and I'm going to run all of these three at the same time, and then let's also do a commit. So once that is done, let's also do a select statement. So now we see we total have 8 records, and now let's see how NiFi works. Okay, so now we see the third execution has also happened, and you saw even though we have scheduled it to run every 10 seconds, but it is not bringing same data again and again. It is running every 10 seconds and seeing if data has changed, and it is only bringing incremental data. So let's right click, go to list view, and let's see the output of third result. Okay, this is the output of our second result, and yeah, this is the output of our third result. Okay, so we see data, we have received data only for 6th, 7th and 8th record, which was newly added. Okay, so that is how you run NiFi to bring only incremental data. And this will only work in the scenario when you have a column which is always updating. So it will work in case of you have a column which is called, let's say, date time, and whenever a new record is being inserted, it is always having a new date time. And similarly, if you have some counter or some kind of sequencer, like in my case, I had kind of employee ID which is always increasing whenever a new employee is being added. So in this case, we are able to bring incremental data in NiFi. Okay, so in this session we have learned how to connect to Oracle, and also we have learned how to bring incremental data. Welcome guys. In this lesson we are going to learn about how to write a CSV file to Postgres. So the procedure is going to remain almost same for any other database as well. So I'll be showing you how to do it in PostgreSQL, and then you probably can use the same for MySQL or any other database. So the file which I'm going to read is environmental text account. This is a sample file which I have downloaded from internet. I'll show you the content which is available in this file. Okay, so this is the file which we have, and this is the content which we have in this file. So there were more records. I have deleted some of the records from the sample file to keep it short. So we are going to insert all this in a Postgres database. So for this example, I am using a get file processor. In the get file, I have defined the path of the environmental text account file and also the input directory in which this environmental text account file exists. So that's the only thing which we need to do here. And also in the keep source file, I have set it to true. By default, it remains false. It means once the file is read, the file is going to get deleted from the source system. So I do not want to that happen, so I have just set it to true. And after that we are going to use put database record. So whenever you want to insert anything to database, you need to use put database record processor, which is available under processor section. So this is the processor which I am using. I have already selected it, so I'm just going to click on cancel. And in the put database record, I will show you the configuration which I have done. So if right click on put database record processor and click on configure, you will be seeing that since it is a record level processor, we have also need to define what is the schema for our record reader. So in that one I have defined CSV reader, as you are already aware of this controller, so I'm not going to explain this again. In the statement type, there are many options available. You can either insert the data, or you can update the existing data, or you can also delete record using this processor. So the operation which I am going to perform is insert operation. So I'm going to insert the data in PostgreSQL database. The third and important thing which we need to remember is we also need to set database connection pooling service. So database connection pooling service will be having information about the database connection string. So this is going to tell this processor that what is the database and what is the mechanism to connect to that database. So once you select DBCP connection pool, so guys, before we do that, by default you will not be seeing this option, so you need to go to create new service, and once you go to create new service, you can see DBCP connection pool, and there are other connection services available. So in this one we are going to use DBCP connection pool. So once you click on DBCP connection pool, and then you can follow the arrow to click on go to, and in this one we need to configure the connection pool. So if you notice the screen, you are right now in the controller services where you define all the controllers. So under DBCP connection pool, I'm going to click on view configuration, and under the view configuration we have to provide information related to database connection URL. So in the database connection URL, this is typical JDBC connection URL for your PostgreSQL database instance. So in my case, I have database installed on my local machine, so I have provided localhost, and this database is running on port 5432, so I have provided port 5432, and after that we need to provide the database name followed by the slash. So I have provided the database name, and after that you need to provide string type unspecified. So this is something you can read about from the PostgreSQL documentation. So this is a way to specify a JDBC connection string for PostgreSQL. And in the database driver class name, for the case of Postgres, you need to specify org.postgresql.driver. Notice D is in capitals. So this is just a text field which you need to write here. And also if you Google about PostgreSQL database driver class name, you are going to get this string. So this is something which is commonly used. And in database driver location, you need to provide the driver which is going to be used to connect to this database. So for this example, I have used PostgreSQL latest version of basically PostgreSQL jar file. And if I copy this and I go on internet and click on download this software, so this is a jar file which you can download from jdbc.postgresql.org. So I have already downloaded this. So, and after the download, I have kept that under D drive in the NiFi working directory under PostgreSQL binaries and PGSQL directory. So just to show this to you, so if you notice, I have copied PostgreSQL and the latest version of .jar file inside this directory. And also you need to provide the full path of the directory where the jar file is available. So in my case, I have provided the detail, and after that you can click on OK. And also you need to provide database username for this ANR database. So I'm connecting to ANR database, so I have provided database username Postgres. In your case, you need to get these details from database administrator, because this is something which you may not be aware, and you need to get these database details from DBA. And also provide the password since password is case sensitive, once you type the password you are never going to see it here again. So that's all you need to set here. After that you can click on OK, and then also you can start the services. In my case services are already started, so I don't need to perform any other action. One thing which I wanted to show you, that if you click again in the view configuration, I have used ANR database. So here using pgadmin 4 I am able to connect to PostgreSQL, and if you see here right now we do not have any, we have a database ANR but we do not have any table created under this database. So in this case we will not be able to insert the data. So whenever you are performing an insert operation in the PostgreSQL database, you need to make sure the table already exists. In this case, if you see, if I try to run select star from environmental text account table, I'll not be getting any information. So first thing which we need to do is we need to define a table under the database. So I already have a script to create a table. So I'll be creating a table with the name environmental text account under public schema. So this is also something which you may not be need to be aware of. This is something which is going to be handled by DBA guy. So if you notice here, this query has successfully completed and it has created a table which is called environmental text account. Now if I run select star from environmental text account, I should be able to see 0 records. Okay, if you notice this time it did not give us any error, but we are able to create a table with the same column names which we had in the CSV file. But we do not have any data available right now in this table. So now I'm going to run the processor, and then we should be able to see the data in PostgreSQL table. Before that, let's click on put database record again and go to configure, just to make sure that we have typed everything correctly. So if you notice in the schema name I have given public, because when we created our table we created it under public schema name. And in the table name I have provided environmental text account because my table name is with environmental text account. I'm going to close this extra window. So remaining all other fields we do not need to make any changes. You can just leave it to default and click on apply. Also, if you notice, put database record has 3 relationships. If you go in the settings, you can see that put database request has 3 relationships. One is failure, next one is retry, and the third one is success. So I have connected all these endpoints with a funnel. Funnel in this case is just a placeholder for us. We are not using this funnel for further processing. So what I'm going to do is now going to run these processors one by one. So let's run get file and see the output. So I'm running this NiFi on my local machine, so this seems to be little slow, and we haven't read the file yet. Okay, as you can see now, the file has been read and it has been moved to queue. So let's right click and select list queue and see the data available in the queue. So if you notice, whatever data we had in CSV, that has been read and it is now in a flow file. Now let's start put database record. So our expected output is that all these records which we see here are going to get inserted, and we should be seeing this flow file moving to success queue. So let's run this, and as you can see, all the data has been written to PostgreSQL and it is showing in the success queue. So if you notice in the success queue, we should be having the same number of records. Now let's go to PostgreSQL and let's verify that we have all these records inserted into our table. So now if you see in the tables, I'm just going to right click and select refresh to see if new table exists, because we created the new table which is environmental text account. And now in the environmental text account, I'm going to run this select star from environmental text account table, and we should be able to see all the records. So as you can see now, all the tables has been this table has been populated with all the records which we seen in the CSV file. So this is a mechanism to read or to write all the CSV file content to a database. Let's also try few more processors. So we have something called list table. Yeah, we have a processor which is called list database tables. So this processor is used to see all the table names which exist in a database. So let's use this processor. So right click on this processor and click on configure and select properties. In the database connection pooling service, we need to give a connection pooling service name. So since we have already created a connection pooling name, dbcp connection pool, so we are just going to use that again. And in the schema pattern, I'm not going to define anything, and in the table name pattern also, I'm just going to leave it by default. So if you leave it by default, it is going to display all the table names. Okay, it is going to pull all the table names and going to update the flow file attribute with those table names. So that's all we needed to set here. Now let's click on apply, and also let's connect these endpoint with funnel as well. So now when I run this, it should be showing me one record which is going to be one table name related information, which is environmental text account. So let's see how it works. Okay, as you can see now, it is showing me one flow file in a queue. And also if you notice, file is of 0 bytes because inside the flow file content there is nothing written. Table name will be written on a attribute. So let's see, let's click on list queue, and if you see here, view content option is disabled because we do not have anything written inside the flow file. All we have in this case is an attribute which has been updated with the name of the table. So if you see, there is a attribute which is called db.tablename, which has been updated with a table called environmental text account. So let's say if a new table gets created, in that case, this is going to automatically pull the information about that new table. So for the example, what we will do is we'll create one more table. So I'm going to use the same schema. I will just create a new table with the name environmental text account 1, or rather I will change the name to environmental info, and let's run this table. Okay, so once we executed this query, it has created a table, and we should be able to see one more record coming into the success queue. So as you can see, there is one more record or one more flow file which has came to success queue. And if we right click here and click on list queue, and if we go into the view details, we can see there is one more table which has been created with the name environmental info in our database, and the same has been populated with db.table_name attribute. Okay, so now let's see we have any other processor related to database. So what I will do is, let's explore this processor and click on database. Okay, so in this case I'm going to use query database table. So what this query database table does is, it is going to connect to a table and it is going to perform the select query. So let's pull all the records from one of the table which we had created previously. So I'm going to pull all the records from environmental text account table. Let's right click on this processor and click on configure. In the configure, as you would have noticed by now, that all the processor requires database connection pooling service detail. So again here, since all the information remains the same, our we are going to use DBCP connection pool. In the database type, I'm just going to leave it to generic. In the table name information, I'm going to give name of the table, which is environmental text account. In the columns to return, I'm not going to provide any value. So we'll see what is the output which we get. Ideally, we should be getting all the columns. So that is what we are expecting. In the custom query also, I'm not going to provide anything. So it should be pulling all the columns. So that's probably it in this one, and I'm going to click on apply, and let's connect the endpoint with funnel. Now let's run this processor and see the output. Okay, so as you can notice, we already have some data in the success queue. Just going to stop this, and in the success queue, let's click on list queue and see the output. So if we click on view content, we can see all our database has been pulled, and all the value basically available in the table has been pulled here. So if you see, this output has been written into Avro format. And the way to notice is, if you click on view as original, you will see something starting with obj Avro schema. So this, whatever output which we have received, it has been written in Avro schema. And also, if you have noticed, we have got so many flow files. The reason is, this query database table will keep on querying and will keep on pulling all the records. So in the scheduling, probably we would have changed the value from 0 second to other value. So by now you would have understood how you can write any record to databases, and also you would have noticed how you can list any number of tables from a database using list database tables processor. And using query database table processor, you can query all the records from a table from a database. So
In this session,
we are going to discuss about handling software development lifecycle in NiFi. So the way to manage a development cycle in NiFi is through process groups. So let's say you have a scenario when multiple developers are going to work on NiFi. So in that case, the way you organize your code is using process groups. So let's say there is a process group which is going to read source files, and once you read the source files, there is another set of development team. They are going to work on detect duplicate, and then there is another set of development team who are going to work on error handling part, and then there is another set of team who are going to work on aggregations, and then there is someone who's going to work on load data to Hadoop. So now if you see, we have 5 process groups here. So each set of developers, they can work individually on their own process groups, and then once that process group has been worked or fully developed, that process groups can be turned into a template. So for example, when you right click on a process group and you click on create template, it is going to create a new template for that process group. I'm going to name it read source files, and if you want you can give some description. In my case, I'm just going to use the same name in the description as well. And the same thing can be done for other process group as well. So I'm going to create a template for this as well. And the same thing can be done for load data to Hadoop as well. So you got my point. Now we have created 3 templates, and these templates can be shared across multiple developers. So the way to do is using template manager. So go to the templates, and then whatever templates which we have created, which is load data to Hadoop, detect duplicate, and read source files, these templates can be downloaded. And once you download a template, it is an XML format which can be then exported back to any other developer's environment. So what they are going to do is they are going to use this template in their NiFi instance, and then they are going to start working on this. So what I have done is I have another environment which is running on port 80, and let's pretend it is another developer which is going to manage all the logics which is going to be written into load data to Hadoop process group. So what he is going to do is he's going to right click on his canvas and he's going to use this template. So let's say you share this template with the developer, and then he's going to right click on the canvas and going to click on upload template. And then he's going to select that XML which you have shared with him. Okay, as you can see, the newly selected template has been set here. Now we can click on upload to upload the template, and now it is saying the success message that template has successfully been imported. Now the second developer can go to templates and drag and drop these templates on the canvas, and then he should be able to use the template. And in that template he can define his logic. So what I have done is I have gone inside that template, and let's say I'm using put HDFS or some other processors. And then this can be as complex and as depends on the business use case which you have. So let's say once the developer has developed that code, what he can do is again he can send this template back to the previous guy, and then all this code can be merged. So let's call it load data to Hadoop. And now we have load data to Hadoop v0.1. Then this can be downloaded, and then this can be shared and merged in the main code. So in the main code we can right click here and click on upload template. And then we can select the latest template which has been shared again to us by the second developer. And then this can be uploaded to template manager. And then if you drag and drop templates here, you should be having load data to Hadoop v0.1. So this one is the latest version, so this previous one can be deleted, and then this latest version can be used for further development. Okay, so templates are one way of sharing your code with other users or sharing your code with community. So if you Google online, you will find many people have shared their code using templates. So that's just one of the way of doing it, but typically in a production environment or in a real world environment, the way you do it is using NiFi registry. So NiFi registry has a way of maintaining versioning, and then you use something called a NiFi toolkit for code promotion. So using NiFi toolkit, you can promote your code from development environment to quality environment, then to SIT environment, and then probably to production environment, depending on the number of environments you have in your environment. So that's one way of managing your code. Now the other thing which I wanted to discuss in this is, so if you see, each of the process groups should have a functionality which is which can be handled only by that process group. So for example, this process group, we can make it responsible only for reading all the source files, and then once the source file is read, the next functionality of detecting duplicates should be performed by another process groups. So in this way your code will be modular, and also there will be opportunity for multiple people to work on the process groups. And also when you are using NiFi registry, all the versioning control is applied on the process group level. If you use a processor on the main canvas, you will not be able to take advantage of versioning. So now let's say you have read source file process group and you have detect duplicate process group. So how you can send all the data which is processed by this processor to another processor? So the way to do that is using input and output port. So if you had noticed, we have options of input port and also output port. So whenever we want to transfer data from one process group to another process group, we have to make use of output and input port. So I will explain this to you in more detail. So let's go inside read source files and let's create a simple flow. So in this one I'm going to use generate flow file processor. So what generate file processor does is it generates a flow file, and you can define the size of the file which you want to create. It can be a big file or it can be a small file. In my case I'm going to create file of 1 KB, and in the file I want the custom text to be written, and that text is going to be a name along with his age. So that's all I want to write in the file. And then let's say once the file is generated, I want this file to be sent to another process group, which is detect duplicate. So basically what I am doing is I am sending these flow files to outside this process group. So in this case I need to use output port. So I have dragged and dropped output port here, and we can give any name to this output port, it doesn't matter. So I will name it send source files, and then we connect this processor with this output port. So connecting a processor with output port remains the same, there is no different way of doing it. So it is same like the way you connect one processor to another processor. Now in the output port, if you notice, we are still getting one error saying that port along with the port name is invalid because port has no outgoing connections. Okay, so this port we have connected, so this processor we have connected with this port, but this port doesn't know to where send this data to. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to go one level back. So for that, either you can click on the breadcrumb and go to NiFi flow, or if you want to just go one level back, you can right click on the canvas and then you can click on leave group, and then you will be able to go one level back. Now whatever the data which has been received by this process group, let's say we want to send it to detect duplicate. So we will go inside detect duplicate, and the way to do that is either you can double click on that process group, or you can right click and then select enter group. So once you are in this group, and let's say we want to receive all the data from some other process group, in that case we need to use input port, and this input port can be any name. So I'm going to make it read raw files, and then once the read raw files are done, we are going to probably write it to log message. This can be any logic. I'm not focusing here on a logic. I just wanted to demonstrate how you transfer data from one process group to another process group. So this read raw file input connection I'm going to relate to log message, and going to click on add, and in the log message we have some warning related to relationship, so we are just going to self terminate this relationship. So now you have noticed that even though we have connected this input with this one, we are still getting error in this input port, which is saying that it doesn't have any incoming connection. Okay, and if you remember, we have the similar kind of message in read source file process group as well, which is this output port is complaining about that it doesn't have any outgoing connection. That is because we have created an outgoing port, but we have not defined where this outgoing port should send data to. Now the way to do that is not by right clicking on this port, because if you right click on this port you get option of only configure, and if you click on configure you get only an option to define port name and the comments, so there is no other option. So the way to do that is you need to connect one process group to another process group. So read source files have outgoing port and detect duplicate has input port. So now I'm going to connect read source file to detect duplicate, and once we do that you will notice we have one create connection pop-up open, and in this one we have list of all the output ports on the left side and we have list of all the input ports on the right side. Since we have only one output port in our scenario and only one input port, so we are seeing only one options. But let's say you have multiple output ports or multiple input ports, then we will be able to see the list of all the output ports and list of all the input ports here, and then you can assign which output port should transfer data to which input port. For now I have selected send source files output port should send data to read raw files input port, and then click on add. So once you do that, let's go inside read source files and check. So now you will notice that the warning message has gone from send source files output port. And similarly, if we go and notice in detect duplicate, we are not seeing any warning message in the read raw files input port as well. Now what we will do is let's start this processor, which is read source file. And if you want to start all the processor which is inside a process group, so in that case you can go to that process group and you can right click and then you can select on start. It will start all the processor which is inside that process group. So in this case, if you notice, it is showing me the stats that 2 processor has been started in this process group. Okay, as you can see, both the processors have been started, and also relationship success has already got 10,000 flow files, because generate flow files kept on generating files. And as you can notice in the view configuration, we had scheduling set to 0 seconds, so it generated as many flow files as it could based on the capacity of the system. Now we are going to go inside detect duplicate, and in the detect duplicate we will start this input connection and we will see whether it receives all the flow files. As you can see, all the flow files which was sent by a previous process group has already been received by this process group, and all the 10,000 flow file has been queued. Now you can perform further logic in this flow file. So this is the way you organize your codes in smaller pieces. Okay, now let's say after reading the source file and detecting the duplicate, if you detect the duplicate, you wanted to send that data to error handling. So in that case, again you will create one output port here, and I have named it to send to error processor, and log message I am connecting to send to error. And then what I'm going to do is in the error handling, I'm going to create one input port and going to name process error. And then this process error can be connected to any other process group, or it can be connected to a processor. So in this case I'm going to connect it to a processor. Now what we can do is we can connect duplicate process group to error handling process group. And also the connections are already set, so I'm just going to click on add, and then this will get added. Okay, so now guys, what happens if you try to connect one process group to another process group which doesn't have one input port or output port defined? So let's try to do that. If you see this aggregations port or this aggregation process group, we do not have anything defined inside this aggregations process group. But what we will do is we will try to connect this error handling to aggregations process group. And what we see is that it is giving the error, saying that error handling does not have any local output ports and aggregation doesn't have any local input ports. So this means it is impossible to connect one process group to another process group without using output. Welcome guys. So in this tutorial we are going to discuss about listening over HTTP protocol. So for that purpose we have a processor which is called listen HTTP. So let's try to implement that. So first I'm going to create a process group which is called read HTTP incoming data in this case, and then let's enter inside this group, and then we are going to add a processor which is listen HTTP processor. So listen HTTP processor is going to have a base URL, and also it is going to have a port number which we need to define. So those are the two minimum entries which we need to define. By default it has a base URL of content listener. So if you do not want to make any change, you can continue to use the same base URL. So let's right click and click on configure. So base path I'm not going to make any changes, and in the listening port I'm going to change it to 8086. So when other applications are sending data to us, they need to send it to this endpoint. I'm going to add one more processor which is called merge content processor, because usually when we receive data over HTTP protocol we receive streaming data and we want to merge those data before processing it, because streaming data usually contains very less number of records and we don't want to process a small number of records. We want to usually do more number of record processing in one flow file. In the minimum number of entries I'm going to set it to 5, so it is going to wait for 5 flow files before it performs merging. I'm not going to make any other changes here, so let's click on apply. Let's also add another processor put file. This is going to act like a placeholder. I'm just going to disable it. We are not going to use it. I just going to connect merge content to put file so I can show you the data in the list queue. So listen HTTP I have connected to merge content for success relationship, and merge content I am connecting to put file for merged relationship. Remaining two relationship, failure and original, I am going to select auto terminate endpoints because we do not want to do any action for the case of failure and case of original flow files. So we are good to go. Now I'm going to start listen HTTP processor, and now this processor is ready to listen for all the incoming data. I have a curl command using which we can pass data to this processor. But in a production environment, there will be application or a program which will be sending data on this base URL. So this is the endpoint which we have, which is starting with HTTP localhost port number 80806 and then content listener. And I'm going to post data to this. Now if we get back to our NiFi screen, this is not the actual one. Let's get back to the actual screen. And if we hit refresh, we can see a new flow file being added in the queue. So as you can see, a new flow file has already been received. And if we click on list queue, and if we go to view content, we should be able to see a data. So this is the data which we supplied using curl command, and we are able to see the data successfully. But now if you notice, merge processor is still waiting. Let's start that merge content processor, and you will notice that it is still waiting. It is not merging all the content. The reason being is that we have passed minimum number of entries to be 5. So it is going to wait for minimum 5 flow files before it performs merging operation. So I have created a small program. Using that, I am going to pass all the 5 records to this listener one by one. Let me modify some of the records to different records so it should be easier for us to recognize. And remember, we already have one flow file in the queue. And now I'm going to pass 5 more flow files from here. So what will happen is, first 4 flow files, as soon as it receives first 4 flow files, since it already have one flow file in the queue, it is going to merge those 5 flow files and going to show us the data. Let me finalize these changes and save this, and then we can run this using sh command. So this is just a simple shell script which I'm going to run using sh utility. And once we do that, all the data is going to be supplied to this processor. Now you notice all the data is coming one by one, because if you would have noticed in my script, I have added a sleep of 15 seconds. So after each record, it is going to wait for 15 seconds in order to send the next record. And all those records are going to be converted here into a flow file, and then it is going to be held into the queue. So as soon as we receive a minimum of 5 flow files, then it is going to be merged into a single flow file using merge content, and then we can perform further logic in that flow file. So as you can see, now we have already received around 4 flow files. So one more flow file, and then the merge content processor is going to get activated and going to merge the content. So as you can see, now merge content is in the action and it has performed merging, and in the list queue we should be able to see the view content, and we can see all our content has been merged into a single flow file. Also, let's see some of the attribute which is updated by merge content. So if we right click on the queue again, and this time we go to view details, we should be able to see merge.count attribute which is updated to 5. So it is saying that it has merged 5 flow files. So you can save this for your audit purpose. Thanks for watching. See you in next session.
Welcome guys. In this session we are going to learn about
Query record processor. So that processor provides the ability to write SQL queries. So you can simply write select followed by the column name from flow file. So what this does is it provides the SQL developers flexibility to use SQL queries rather than being able to using NiFi processor and performing the operations. So from a SQL developer perspective, this is very useful processor, and with using this you should be able to speed up the development process. So I have a CSV file which I'm going to use for this purpose, which is called environmental text account. And let me show you first 5 records from this file. So you see it has quite a good number of columns, and let's say we do not want all the columns, we only want selected columns to be processed. So in these kind of scenarios we can make use of a query record. If we don't want to use query record, in that case we need to use extract text processor. So extract text processor is like more like regex based, and you have to specify patterns and all. You cannot just query the data using on the column name. So that's about the introduction. So now I'm configuring get file processor. In this get file, I'm specifying the name of the directory from where to read the file, and also I'm specifying the file filter. I'm setting keep source file to true because we don't want our source data to be deleted since it is a development environment. And in production you can set these values based on your use case. So now I'm going to use query record processor. Now let's configure this processor. If you notice, query record processor needs a record reader and record writer. So we need to give it a way to know about the schema. So again, in the record reader we are going to use CSV reader, and in record writer also we are going to use CSV writer. So in our previous lesson we have already discussed about using record reader and record writer. So in this one I'm going to show you a different way of using them. So this time we are not going to define schema, rather than we are going to use reading the schema based on the fields which are available in the file. So if you remember, in previous lesson we have used update attribute, and then we went to we went on to adding properties which is called input definition and output definition, and there we defined the value of input underscore schema and output underscore schema. So that was the way we have read CSV previously, because we wanted our schema to be centralized. So now let's say you do not you just want to test a use case and you do not want to do all those centralization and stuff. So in that case you can use CSV reader with reading schema based on the header specified in the file. So that's what we are going to do. But just to show you what we have done previously is more like we have just went into adding CSV reader, and then we have went in onto creating new controller, and then there we have defined all the schema and stuff. So this time it is going to be different. So what I will do is I will before adding anything here, I'm going to delete update attribute, because in this scenario we do not need update attribute. I'm not able to delete because it is connected to the queue, so I'm going to delete the queue first, and then only we'll be able to delete this processor. Now I'm connecting get file directly to query record processor. In the query record processor, in the CSV reader, now I'm going to make further configuration. And in this configuration, if you notice, in the schema access strategy, I'm going to define use string fields from header. Previously we had used use string name strategy, so this time it is going to be different. So that's it. Do not want to specify anything else here, because just based on the file name and based on the headers available in the file names, it is going to define the schema and it is going to read the file. So in this scenario, all the columns which are available in this file are going to be treated as a strings. So the use of defining schema is that you can define your actual data types. In this case, everything is going to be treated just as a string. So we have configured CSV reader. Now we are going to configure CSV writer, because query record has to read the data and as well as it has to pass the data to the next processor. So while passing the data to next processor, we need to specify what is the format we want to use to write the data. So I'm going to use CSV writer, and here you will notice I will select in. So here I have selected inherit record schema, which is actually default one. So what it does is it is going to inherit whatever schema was available in the previous processor. So whatever schema was available, it is going to use the same schema and not going to make any changes. So that's the same thing which we want in our use case. Let's enable this controller as well. So now, as of now, you see there is no SQL query which we have added. So what we need to do is we need to add a new property which is going to have a name. It can be any name, and the same name is going to get added in the relationship as well. So I'll probably give it a name of year, and let's say we want to see only year column in this case. Okay, so the query is going to be SQL like query, which is select year from flow file. So for now, other than that, I have not made any other changes. So now you see year has been added into the relationship. Now we can route this relationship to any other endpoint. So let's add one more processor, which is called log message. So we are not going to write anything here. This is more like just a placeholder so that we can see the data in the queue. And for the year relationship, I'm going to connect this query record processor to log message processor. For failure and original relationship, I'm going to select auto terminate. Now let's create one more query in which we would like to select industry description and units. So we'll create one more relationship. So for that we are going to add a new property, and let's name this property industry info. So in the industry info, I'm going to add industry description as well as units. So you see how easy it is to write a SQL query. Okay, so this query record is still showing some warning, and before that let's add this newly created relationship to the log message. So industrial info is going to have industry description and units, both the columns, and year queue is going to have only year column. If you notice, our query record is still giving some warning messages. So let's see that warning message and let's try to understand what is the issue. Okay, so I think it is giving error because we have used year column name, and year seems to be one of the system reserve words. So what we can do in that case is we are going to use year column in the quotes. So let me organize it little better so you can see the warning message properly. So as you can see, this is a complete message, and this you can notice at the bottom we are getting error related to year. So here seems to be we need to seems to be quoting the year because year is a reserve word. So let's go to properties and put year in double quotes. Now our warning should be gone. As you can see, warning has gone. Now this processor is good to start. Okay, I'm getting some error in get file, and the error seems to be related with some permission. Let me check what is the permission I have on the file. Okay, so we are reading environmental text account file from /tmp directory. Let me check on the permission part. So if we do ls-lrt, we should be able to see the permission. So permission seems to be okay. The file is having read permission for everyone. So I'm not really sure what is wrong in this case. So other than this, I have another file in this directory, so probably we may try to read the other file and see if that one works. Yeah, this one is still giving the error, so I'm not sure if what is the error in this case. I'm just checking if I have added any extra character here which is resulting in producing some error. That doesn't seem to be the case, and all the other properties also seems to be okay. However, when we start the processor, we still seems to be getting the error which is related to the permission. So let me see if we are able to read this new file, which is a big file comparatively, and this has many records. It has almost like thousands of records. However, the schema of this file is same like the previous file. Okay, so it still seems to be getting the error. Let me check the space. So space seems to be okay. We do not have any issue with the space. So we have enough space to process. So I was thinking maybe in the temp directory space is full and it is not able to create new files, and that's why it is giving some permission issues. But that's not the case. So let me change the permission of this file. I'm not sure if changing the permission is really going to make any difference because this file already seems to having read permission for everyone. Anyways, let me change it to 777 in this case so we can focus on the example. And also I'm going to change the ownership of this file to NiFi admin user. because that is the user with which our NiFi instance is running. Okay, so it still seems to be getting the error. Oh, I see. So guys, if you notice the error which we are getting, that is related to /tmp slash systemd hyphen private some directory. So I think that is the temporary directory which is used by NiFi to place the files temporarily. And I think that directory doesn't seem to have the permission. I don't know what went wrong with that directory. So we can see this is the directory which is giving permission issues. Okay, so I think once I change the permission for this directory, this should be okay. Or rather, I have removed this temporary directory because all the temporary directory gets created automatically again whenever NiFi performs the execution. Okay, so now the previous error has gone, but we seem to be having another error. So I don't really know what is going on, but it seems to be that /tmp is having permission issues. So what I will do is I will assign 777 permission to /tmp directory, because inside the tmp directory we seem to have a lot of issues. So I've changed the permission to 777, and now if we stop and start the processor, the error should be gone. Okay, as we can see now, we are able to successfully read the file. However, if you notice in the success queue, we really have very huge file which is around 204 MB, and I'm not really sure how much time it is going to take to process this file and whether we'll be able to see the content of this file in the list queue, because this is really huge data and my system is not capable enough to handle this much of data. This is just a small instance which we have created. However, let me try clicking on list queue and seeing the view content, and let's see if it works. As you can see, there is already slowness, and this is the expected behavior which I was thinking of. So guys, whenever we click on view content, all the data has to be pulled over the network and it has to be shown here on the browser. So what happens is, let's say when we are trying to see a flow file of few MBs or probably GBs, we probably will never be able to see that file here on the browser, because that's really a huge volume of data and we should not try to see that file. However, in my case it is a few MBs, and if you have a good system with good amount of RAM, then you should be able to see the content. So probably I will try with some other flow file, and if that doesn't open as well, so probably we'll change the file, that big file again, to the smaller file, because the big file really having so many of records, and I'm not sure this is going to work in this case, and I will not be able to really show you the content. Yeah, if we try to click on list queue, now the system itself has gone on a hang mode. Okay, let me try to view the content again. Okay, so in this case also we are not able to see view the content, so I think we will not be able to view the content, and I have to make changes in the get file. And because if you remember, when we were getting the error in the beginning, we changed the file to big file, and big file is really having huge number of records. If you see industry info, that is even larger, so I will just clear these queues. So I'm emptying all the queues, and now we are going to change the name of the file. So the only difference between older and this file is that the older file did not have .bigfile extension. So I'm going to remove that .bigfile extension, and this file is a small file which is having very less number of records, and that is very good for our example in this case. So now let's run this processor, and we can see few flow files have already came to industry info and year queue. Now let's see the content in the queues. And if you see in the year queue, now we have only one column which is having data of all the years. And in the industry info, we should be having two columns. One is industry description, the other one is units. Okay, as you can see, we have both the columns, but in the data we have only data available in units, and industry description seems to be null, and that's why you only see data beginning with comma. As you can see in the original flow file also, I'm going to show you the original file. First let's see another flow file. So yeah, in all the flow files, industry description is null. So let's see this file on the server and see what is the content in the industry info. Okay, so as you can see, industry description is our third column. As you can see here, all the third columns are null for all the records. We do not have any data. So probably I will select another column which is called magnitude, and I will modify the query to select magnitude and units. And also you notice in our original file we have units column first and then we have magnitude. However, in the query I am going to specify magnitude column first, just to demonstrate you that whatever the order in the original flow file doesn't matter. When you are writing the query, you can select any query, any column in the beginning, or you can, so basically you can interchange the position of the columns. Let me empty the queue and then we will run the get file again. Okay, so after starting query record, we have few flow files in industry info. Let's read the content. Okay, so this time when we go into the view content, we can see we already have magnitude and units column, and we have data for both the columns. So that's how you can write your SQL queries using query record and process the data and make development faster. And remember, you can add any number of queries here, and you can add any number of relationship. So that's it in this session. See you in the next session.
Welcome, guys.
Welcome guys. So in this session we are going to learn about receiving a request via HTTP and then responding with the data. So just to demonstrate on a diagram, so usually what happens is HTTP requests are made over a web browser or through curl command, or it can be made programmatically. So HTTP client calls a web server via HTTP request message, and then it gets a response from the server. So that response can be anything. It can be JSON data, or it can be text data, or it can be any form of data So in our previous example, we have created a web service and we were just listening on that web service. So we were receiving all the incoming data and then we were merging a minimum of 5 records, and then we were generating a big flow file, and then we were proceeding that flow file to perform further action. But we were not responding anything back to the requester. So let's say in this case, we are going to imagine a scenario where people want to request for the content of a file programmatically. So in that case, they are going to request for a file over HTTP endpoint, and we need to respond with the content of the file. So whatever the data in the file, we are going to respond with that data. So for that, first I will create a process group because we want to keep our data organized. So I am naming it producing data using web service. And now I'm going to enter this process group. So the way to do this, either you can double click here or you can right click and then select enter group. So once you do that, at the bottom in the breadcrumb, you can see that now you are inside NiFi flow, and then you are inside this process group which is called producing data using web service. So now the processor which we require to perform this use cases. So one is called handle HTTP request and the other one is called handle HTTP response. So I will add both of them. So I have added handle HTTP request processor. Let me also add handle HTTP response. So how handle HTTP request works is, this is similar to listen HTTP. So it receives a request, and then based on that request it is going to create a flow file, and in that flow file we are not going to see the content. So the only thing it will do is it will set the attributes based on the request which has been made. Then we need to define our own logic to perform further action, and also it is our responsibility to generate a HTTP response. So handle HTTP response processor is going to do that for us. So in this case we are expecting that handle HTTP request is going to receive a file name from a user, and in this case we are going to use a curl command to send a file name to handle HTTP request, and then we are expecting that file content is going to be fetched, and then the final output which we are going to see is that is going to be the content or actual data of that file. So as you can see, handle HTTP request is just going to handle the request, and handle HTTP response is just going to respond for the request. So we do not have any processor placed in the canvas right now which is going to fetch the actual content of the file. So for that purpose I'm going to add one more processor which is called fetch file in this case, and then I will connect handle HTTP request with the fetch file. And now let's select add. And then fetch file I'll be connecting to handle HTTP response for the cases of success. And all the remaining endpoint I will be using a placeholder. Let's use funnel. For now I'm just using funnel as a placeholder. I'm not going to create any functionality here. So I'll just connecting fetch file to this funnel, and failure, not found, and permission denied relationship I'm going to redirect to this funnel. Now let's try to configure all of these processors. So let's first configure handle HTTP request. So for that, either you can double click on this processor or you can right click and then select configure. So I like the double clicking way, which is faster, but just for the demonstration so that everyone can see, I right click and then I'm going to select configure. And then you can go to properties. Now in the properties you will see that this web service is going to listen on some port. So make sure the port number which you give here, that is something which is not already used by any other application. So here on my server, port number 8088. So probably I will give a port number 8087, and I know that this port is currently not used by any application. And in the host name, provide the host name on which you are going to enable this service. So in my case, I'm going to enable this service on the same server. So I'm going to provide the IP address of this server. Or here you can type localhost as well, but I'm just going to give the IP. And also remember, this is the internal IP of that server, which is also called private IP. But this can be either IP or the host name. Or if you have installed everything on the same server, you can type localhost here. And now the most important thing which we need to do here is that is called HTTP context map. This is a service which we need to create. So if you right click here, you will see an option to create new service. So HTTP context map is actually going to receive all the parameters and going to create attributes in this flow file. So we are going to select create new service, and then we will use standard HTTP context map. For now, if you see, there is only this service which we can create. There is no other mechanism. So we are going to use this standard HTTP context map, and also in the controller service name you can change it to any name. This can be any name which is easily understandable or easily recognizable, or also you can follow the naming standard policy of your project. So in my case, I'm just going to leave it to default, and then I'm going to click on create. And now you see, we also see a go to action for performing further configuration. Since this is a service, we need to perform a more action by going into the controller settings. So I'll be clicking here in the go to section, and then it is asking, do we want to save the changes? Yes, we want to save the changes before going to the controller service. So I will select yes. And then it has taken us to the controller service. So in the controller service, if you see standard HTTP context map service, we are going to go to configuration, and then in the properties, if you see in the properties, there are not many options. Okay, so the only thing which you need to do here is, if you want to change the value of maximum outstanding requests, you can do that. And also you can define a request expiration. So let's say when someone, or when user, or when any application request for some data, and let's say we are not getting any response from this web service within any number of minutes, and then you want that request to be expired, so you can set those things here. In my case, I'm just going to leave it to default, and then I will select apply. And also make sure you enable this service. So I'm going to enable this controller service, select enable, and then this service is going to get started. So this is typically how all the controller services works. You perform the configuration, and then you start that service, and then you use that service in the processor. Okay, now let's right click again on handle HTTP request and see if we want to configure any other thing. So I think that's it for now. Also probably I will set false to all the other operation other than get. So if you know about web service, you will be knowing there are many web service request can be made. It can be a get request, it can be a post request, it can be a put request, it can be delete or head request. Get request is typically when you request for something and also you expect some data in response. So I'm going to set false for all the other parameters, but this is completely optional. And also if your use case is something, let's say you want to update some data based on the request which is received. In that case, you may need to enable put or delete or post. So this is entirely based on the use case which you have. In our scenario, we just want to receive a file name, and then based on that file name, we want to process that file name, we want to read the data, and we want to respond back to the requester with the data. So the settings which we have done so far, that's more than enough. Now we are going to click on apply, and now this processor is ready to use. So now to make a request to this processor, what I'm going to do is from the command prompt, I'm going to issue a curl command. So in the curl command, if you see, this is the IP address which I have where we have run that HTTP handler service. And also if you notice, this is a public IP which I have given here, whereas here if you notice in the hostname I have given the private IP. The reason is because this NiFi is installed on a different system and I want to access it from outside that server. Okay, so that is the reason I need to use public IP. If you see this server is a different server, if I type hostname, you will see this is an entirely different server. So now I'm going to make this request and I'm going to hit enter. So now what it has done is it should have created. Okay, so guys, I forgot to enable this handler HTTP request. So let me start this. And now we will run this. Previously you saw it failed because we had not started or we had not enabled HTTP request handler service. So now I'm going to issue this command again, and now if I right click and select refresh, we can see we have received one flow file in the success queue. So now if you right click on this queue and then you go to list queue, you will notice that view content is disabled because we do not have any content in this flow file. The only thing which this handler HTTP request has done is it has created a flow file, and in that flow file it has set some attributes. So now if you go to attribute section, you will notice the file name which we had passed that has come under http.param.filename. So if you see here, this is the file name I have passed, and this is a way to actually create a endpoint or to pass a query filter. You don't need to bother about this much. This is something which application developer is going to do for you, and he's going to give you the complete URL. Also now if you had noticed, we are getting the error saying that error 503 timeout occurred because we issued a request using curl command and we passed a file name, but in our code we are not sending any response back as of now. Okay, so we have created HTTP respond service, but we are not sending any response because that service is in disable mode. So let's go back to the screen, and now as you can see, the file name which we are sending from using curl command, that is going to be coming under http param filename attribute. So what I will do is I'm going to use this attributes value in the fetch file section. So I have copied that attribute, and now in the fetch file I'm going to right click and select configure, and in the file to fetch I will be passing this file name dynamically, based on the value which is available in the handler HTTP request attribute. So HTTP param.filename is always going to give me dynamic file name which is received from the requester. And in the absolute path, I know in which directory I have kept all these files which a requester is requesting. So in my scenario, I have created a file under tmp directory and file name is called employee.csv. So if I do a cat command on this directory and on this file, okay, so let me type cat followed by /tmp/employee.csv. Now we can see this is the content which we have in this file. Okay, this is the data which we see in this file. Now what we will do is, let's change this path from absolute path to /tmp. So now the way this is going to work is, it is always going to go to /tmp directory, and in that directory it is going to go to the file name which it has received from a previous flow files attribute. So that's it in the fetch file. I do not want to change any other property, so I will click apply. And also for now I will stop this handler HTTP request, and let's also empty the queue so we can see the example again. Okay, so what we have done so far is we have configured handle HTTP request, we have configured fetch file processor, and now we are going to configure handle HTTP response. So setting this is very simple. Right click and go to configure. The only thing which we need to do here is, in the HTTP context map you need to provide the HTTP context map service name. So here we are going to use the same service which we had created previously for handle HTTP request. So you can see by default that name is coming, so I'm going to just click OK. And in the HTTP status code you can write the status code which you want to respond. Usually for the case of success we always respond with a code 200. So these are the default or standard HTTP response codes. So I'm going to select 200 and going to click on OK. And now we can select apply. So now this service is ready to use. The only thing now which it is complaining about is the relationships. So let me again use a funnel as a placeholder, and then I'm going to connect this to funnel endpoint for both in case of success and also for the case of failure. Okay, so now we have generated the whole flow file and everything looks okay to me. So let's enable all of these processor one by one, or you can right click on the canvas and then you can select start, which is going to enable all the services at once. Now you can see all the processors are in starting mode, but for the sake of example let's do one by one, or let me just show it to you how it works and then I will explain it to you. So you can see all the services are started. Handle HTTP request is going to receive a file name, and then that file name is going to be passed to fetch file, and that fetch file is going to pass that attribute to handle HTTP response along with the content of the file, and that content of the file is going to be sent back to the requester. Let me clear the screen. So now if you see again, we are making a request using curl command on this endpoint which we have configured over the port 8087, and we have created a query string, and in that we are querying file, and this can be any name. This is just the way how query string works, so it doesn't need to be file, it can be any name which you want to specify. You can set it to path or f name or whatever. And then in the file name and this can be any name. You can put employee.csv. So basically this is the actual file which is going to be assigned, and this is the name which we have used in the fetch file. So now I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so now once I hit enter, you can see that we have received all the data which was available in that file. And also, now let's say whenever there is any changes made in that file, you do not need to make any changes in your NiFi data flow. So now it is just going to take care of at runtime. Whenever whatever content it sees in this file, it is going to bring that file and going to send it to the requester. Now to explain you what I will do is I am going to modify this file, and let's say I will delete. Okay, this file is created with a different user, so I will switch to that user because this user doesn't have permission to modify that file. And now let's say I'm going to delete all the lines except first two lines. Okay, so we now have header and we have only two records. So someone has updated the file. So this updated file, now when a requester request, he is going to read this, or he is going to receive the updated content from this file. So let's run the curl command again and let's see what is the output. You see, now in this case we have received only two records as the output. And also now let's say we want to read any other file. Let's say there is a file called employee_salary.csv. Let's create that file first under tmp directory. So the way to do that is I'm just going to create a file along with the data. So I will use echo command. I will pass some data, so it can be John along with his salary, so whatever. And then let's go to /tmp, and the file name should be employee_salary, which a requester is requesting. So this file must exist here. So we have created a file here, and then you can see the content of the file is John, 2000. So now let's run this curl request, and now you can see the response has been sent back with the content of the data. So this is how you can create a web service in NiFi.
So guys, I hope you are learning great. And in this video we are going to learn about NiFi provenance data and how you can pull that provenance data to create your own custom report. So just a quick revisit of provenance repository. So provenance repository is where the history of each flow file is stored. So during the course we have seen many times that whenever we see flow files in the queue, we always view the content of those flow file, and if you just see next to flow file we have something called provenance. Okay, so next to the option where you see view content, you have something called provenance, and if you click on the provenance, it is going to provide you the history of that flow file. So basically it gives you very important details like date and time and the operation which has been performed, along with the each step which has been taken in that flow file. Okay, so as you can see in the NiFi documentation, it clearly states provenance repository is where the history of each flow file is stored, and this history is used to provide data lineage functionality. So whenever you want to see what are all the action which has been taken on your file from source until the target, you can always use, or you can always refer to provenance repository data. Now the format in which provenance repository data is stored is on the file system, and it is something which is cannot be directly queried. Okay, so the way to pull that data is, okay, before we do that, let me show you where the provenance data is stored. So let me clear the screen, and currently I'm in NiFi directories, conf directory, so I'm going to go one level back, and if I do ls here, you can see we have a directory which is called provenance repository. Okay, this is the directory we have. So inside this directory you can do ls, and you see we have many gzip directory, and also we have something called provenance files. So this is something which is not known to, or which is something which you cannot directly query on, or you cannot directly see the data. So it is NiFi way of storing provenance related data here. We are not going to do anything directly here. I will let you know what is the way how you can actually pull all the provenance related data. And before we move on to the action, let's see what is the data which is stored in provenance repository. Okay, so if you see, this is the data which is stored in the provenance repository, and it is event ID, event ordinal, event type, lineage start, details. So as you can see, it has almost all the details which is required for a audit purpose of any flow file, or any, and if you want to see the lineage of any flow file. So now how you enable this data? So the way to do that is, so there are 2 or 3 things which we need to take care. In this case, we are going to use site-to-site provenance reporting. Okay, so there is something called site-to-site provenance reporting, which we are going to use in this case to pull all the report of provenance data. Now, as the name states, when you do site-to-site provenance reporting, actually you are transferring data from one NiFi site to another NiFi site. Okay, so it is more like you are transferring data from source NiFi to a destination NiFi instance. Okay, so whenever you are transferring data from source to destination, you need details of source and you need details of destination NiFi. Okay, that is a typical use case. But however, in this case, we do not want to transfer our data to a destination NiFi. All we want to do is we just want to pull provenance related data. So what we are going to do is, in source NiFi and destination NiFi, we are going to keep the same NiFi instance. The other thing is, whenever you are transferring data from source to destination, you need destination. The destination should be having a way or a mechanism to handle all the incoming data. So for that one, destination NiFi instance requires an input port. Okay, so I had already created a port. I'm going to disable it, and let's delete it because I want to show you how all of these steps are done. Okay, so first thing we are going to do is let's use an input port, and let's give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name of provenance data. Okay, since it is going to accept all the provenance data, so I have named it provenance data. And now let's just connect it to log message. I'm just going to use log message as a placeholder. We are not going to make any changes here in the log message. So, and also connect provenance data to log message. Okay, so we have created our input port on which data is going to be sent. Now the next thing which we need to do is go to the global menu and go to the control settings, and in the control settings under the reporting task we need to create a reporting task which is called site to site provenance reporting task. So let me delete this one and let me show you how we can create this. Okay, so when you log into reporting task for the first time, you will be seeing a blank window, something like this. Then you click on the plus symbol to create a new reporting task, and here you can type site, and then you will be seeing something like site to site provenance reporting task. So click on add, and then in this one we need to make some of the configuration changes. So I'm going to click on this tiny edit symbol or pencil symbol. Okay, so when you open this, you can see in the instance URL, this is the source instance URL. Okay, so we were discussing about here that we need a detail of a source NiFi and a destination NiFi instance. Okay, so by default NiFi already picks up instance URL, which is the source instance URL, and now we need to give a destination URL. So as I told you, in this case we are going to use the same URL. So I'm just copy pasting same URL here in the destination URL. Now in the input port we need to provide the name of the input port which we have just created. If you remember, I have created an input port with name provenance underscore data. So I have provided that name, and then we have something called batch size. So usually provenance data is huge in numbers, and you would usually want this data to be collected in a batch and then to be sent. So if I keep it to 1000, there will be 1000 records will be sent in each batch. So just for the purpose of demonstration, I'm going to make it only 10. And that's probably it. I'm not going to make any other changes here. The only change which I will make is in the settings. In the settings, let's change the scheduling from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Okay, as we just this is just a development environment and we want to see our data frequently, so I have changed from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Probably in production you can keep it default 5 minutes. And now let's click on apply. Okay, I don't know what this screen is. This looks like something is stuck. Okay, so that's all. Currently this is in stopped state. Now we can start it, but there is one more configuration which you need to do before you start it. Okay, so as the name states, this is going to transfer data from source to destination. So it is site to site reporting task. So your destination should be having a listening port, or should be having a port, okay, a physical port on which data is going to be transmitted. So I will close this. So this is the input port, which was like a logical port. Okay, this has nothing to do with a physical port or actual port or communication port which is required to be opened on the server. Okay, however, whenever you are transferring data from source to destination, you need a port which is listening for the data. Okay, so we need to make some changes in the configuration file of destination NiFi. In this case, our source and destination NiFi is going to be same. So I'm going to log into my NiFi instance. Let me clear the screen. So currently we are into provenance repository. I'm going to go back and I'm going to go into conf directory. So as you can see, my present working directory is configuration directory. So now if I do ls, I should be seeing a file which is called nifi.properties. So I'm going to open this nifi.properties file in a VI editor. And now we need to make changes under the section of site to site properties. Okay, So just make sure you are making changes under site to site properties. And in NiFi remote input host, provide the host name, and host name should be a fully qualified host name. So the way to find a fully qualified host name on Linux is you type command which is called hostname space -f. It is going to give you a fully qualified host name of your server. Okay, so you paste that host name here, and in the nifi.remote.input.secure set it to false, and in nifi.remote.input.socket.port change it to 1001. Okay, this is something which I have given because I was knowing that there is no other application which is running on this port, but you need to set it. You can change it to any port number, just make sure there is no other application which is using that port. Okay, and in nifi.remote.input.http enabled set it to true, and remaining other things you can leave it to default. So these are the default values. I haven't made any changes here. So the only changes which you need to make are in these four categories or in these four properties. So after that you save the changes, and then remember, whenever you make any changes in nifi.properties file, you always need to restart your instance. So I have already made these changes in the nifi.properties file, and I had restarted NiFi instance before starting this course. So I do not need to make these changes again, or I don't require NiFi to be restarted. Okay, so that's only the one-time configuration which you have to do. So remember, there are three things which we have done so far. One thing is we have created an input port, and then we have created site to site reporting task, and then we have made configuration changes in destination NiFi configuration file. Okay, so once you do these three steps, now you are good to go. So what I'm going to do is, let's first start this input port. And if I refresh, currently you see there is no data which is incoming here. The reason is, if you go to the global menu and go to the controller settings, if you see we have not started our site to site provenance reporting task. So let me start this task. Okay, as we can see now the run status has changed to running. So now I'm going to close this, and now we should be waiting for our data here. Okay, as you can see data has already came here. So we have received around 99 flow files, and I'm going to right click and select list queue. And now let's see content of the flow files. So each of the flow files are going to have 10 records in this case, because if you remember we had set the properties to 10 records in a batch. And the data is by default is in JSON format. So I'm going to select view as formatted, and as you can see we have received 10 records. Okay, so these are provenance data which we have here. So you can see event ID, you see event ordinal, you see the event type, so you see all the historical information about the action which has been performed on the flow file. Okay, this is a very useful information when you want to perform or you want to save audit related information of a flow file. And now once you have data in JSON format, now you can play with the data. You can probably store in a file, or if you want to format it, or if you want only selected attributes, then you can combine this task with other processors to select only the required attributes which you need, or required, so basically the required data you need. So that's all I wanted to demonstrate you. Hope the session was clear. If there is any confusion, please feel free to write me, and I'll be more than happy to clarify any doubt. So let's continue our journey to learn NiFi. So in this session we are going to learn about updating records of a flow file. So I have a file which is called student info. Let me clear the screen first. Okay, so as you can see, I have a file which is called student info, and I have a few column names which is called ID, name, mobile number, gender, assignment, submission status. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to read this file, and after that we are going to make some changes in some of the records. Okay, so the way to do that is the first thing which I have done is I have created a process group. So always make sure whenever you are going to make a code, you always do that inside a process group. Do not try to make any flows on the root level. By root level, what I mean is whenever you see in the breadcrumbs NiFi flow is shown, don't try to place the processes here. The first thing you should be doing is place the process group here. It is a good practice. So I have already created a process group which is called updating data example. Now I'm going to go inside this process group by selecting enter group, and here let's say we need, okay, so we need a get file processor to read that file, and then we need update record processor. Okay, so update record processor is used to modify or perform conditional transformation on a file. And then let's add log message just for the placeholder. So I'm going to disable this one, and let's connect get file to update record and connect update record to log message for the case of success, and then we will connect again for the case of failure, so we can see two separate queues. Okay, now let's right click on the get file and change the input directory. So the file is under this directory /home/NiFi admin, and the name of the CSV file is studentinfo.csv. So I'm going to paste that file here, file name here. Okay, and let's change this keep source to true. We don't want our file to get deleted, and in the scheduling let's change it to 60 seconds. Okay, so that's it here. Now let's right click on update record and select configure, and in the properties we have record reader, we have record writer. So whenever you perform record level operation, you know there is a concept of record reader and record writer, and in that we need to provide the controller which is going to be used to perform reading and writing operation. So we have already done this many times. I'm not going to explain this again. So I have already created a CSV reader in which I have selected the properties to infer schema. So it is just going to read whatever is in the content of a file, and in the record writer I have selected CSV record set writer. So that's it. For now I am not going to make any changes here. Now you can see in the update record is complaining about it needs minimum of one record path. Okay, so by record path what we mean is we must supply one of the column name on which we want to make changes. So the general assumption is since you are using update record processor, you must want to make changes in the existing data. That is the reason you are using update record. So you cannot just fill reader and writer properties. You need to specify one of the column and you need to apply some transformation or some update information or some logic on that. So by that what I mean is let's read more about update record in the Apache NiFi documentation. Okay, so you can see update record has a record reader and record writer properties. Okay, so record reader, record writer properties. And then okay, so there is not much information here on this screen. Let's go to additional details, and in the additional details you can see basically in the properties file we need to give some column name, and then we can give the value which we want to modify this column name with. Okay, so in our scenario we are not going to do this simple operation. So what we will be doing is we will be making use of NiFi functions. Okay, so in the Apache NiFi expression languages we have many NiFi functions, so we are going to use these functions to modify the data of the file. Okay, so first thing which I want to do is, if you see I have names, so first thing I want to do is, let's say we want to change the name from lowercase to uppercase. Okay, so you see all these names are here in the lowercase. Let's update these to uppercase. So right click on update record and select configure, and then click on plus symbol, and here you need to specify slash along with the column name which you want to modify. So I want to change name. Okay, now select OK, and now the way you write the or you refer to the value of slash name column is, so you need to specify field dot value. Okay, so field dot value is going to be whatever value which is inside the slash name column. Okay, so now next thing which we want to do is we want to convert the name to uppercase. So for that I'm going to use NiFi functions, and we have something called toUpper. This is a function which can convert a string to uppercase. Okay, and remember these are functions, so it should always be followed by parentheses. Okay, so I'm just going to copy paste from documentation to here. So this is our expression which is going to convert name to uppercase. Okay, so field dot value is going to refer to what is the value in the name, and then toUpper is going to convert all those values to uppercase. Now let's see this in action. Let's select apply, and all the processors are ready to run. So let's select get file to start and click on refresh. Let's stop this get file so we don't read duplicate data again. Now let's select start on the update record and start this processor. Okay, you see the flow file has been moved to success relationship, and the expectation is that whatever data you see here, whatever name you see here should have been converted to uppercase. Okay, so right click on this queue and select list queue, and then in the view content, okay, as we can see all the values of name has been changed to uppercase. You see all the names have been changed to uppercase. Now next thing, let's say what we want is we have gender here. In the gender column we have values like male or female. So let's say we want to change this column from male or female to M or F. So M should be denoting male and F should be denoting female. So for that we can make use of substring function. Okay, so I'm scrolling down, and since we need the first character, so we can actually make use of this function, and we can let's copy this here, and I'm going to stop this processor because we are going to make changes. And then we are going to click on plus, and this time we want to modify gender column, so it should be, so property name should be /gender, and then select OK. And here, since we copy pasted the function from this section to here, you see by default there is file name here, but what we need is field.value, because field.value is going to refer to all the values which is under /gender, or basically under gender column. Okay, so the way substring function works is it starts reading from 0 character, or which is the first character, and then we define how many characters we want to read. So in this case we want to read 1 character, so it is always going to take first character from a string. So select OK and apply. This is the previous queue, so I'm going to clear the queue. And let's right click on the get file, start the processors. Let's start the update record processor. Let's click refresh, and let's stop the get file. And now in the success queue we can see a flow file has been moved. Let's see the content of this flow file. Okay, so as you see now, gender column has been updated by first character of the value. So we had male and female, now that has been changed to M or F. Okay, now let's say we want to change all the assignment submission status from yes, wherever we see yes, we want to change it that to good. Okay, so we can make use of another function which is replace, and let's use this function. So I will close this and I'll stop this processor. Right click, go to configure, and the column in which we want to make changes is called assignment underscore submission underscore status. Click OK, and here we will use field.value again, followed by colon, and the value which we want to replace is yes, and the value with which we want to replace this is good. So wherever we see yes should be replaced with good. Okay, so let's click on apply, and let's start both the processors. So we can just right click on the empty canvas and select start. It will start both the processors, and now we can see we already have a flow file moving here. So right click, let's see the content. Okay, as you see, the value did not work properly because the function which we wrote, the syntax of the function is little incorrect. So we had used closing braces rather than these curly braces. Okay, so let's make changes. Let's clear the queue. We don't want to keep old data, so let's clear the queue and then stop this processor and make changes. This is the one. So we want to make changes in assignment submission status. So this one we need to change to curly braces. If you do not use function, it will assign the literal value to that column. So that's why last time the function did not work properly and the whole thing was treated as a value, and it was assigned to assignment submission status. But that's not what we want, so let's start all the processors again
and click on stop. We can already see there is a flow file which has moved to success queue. And let's select view content. Okay, so this time we see wherever there was value yes, and that value has been changed to good. So this is how actually you make use of update processor along with NiFi functions to perform transformation or business rules or business logic, whatever you. Welcome to the session, guys. So in this session we are going to learn about 5 new processors. So the first one is log attribute processor. Log attribute processor logs all the attributes of a flow file to the log file, and log file is basically the file which defined in the log directory of the NiFi. So I'll be showing that to you, and when I'm saying log file, what I mean is if we go to our NiFi directory where we have installed NiFi and we navigate to logs directory, inside that if we do ls, we can see there are 3 files. So whenever we use log attribute or log message processors, and whenever we log the information related to attribute or message, those are getting stored inside NiFi-app.log file. Okay, so I'll be discussing on how we use those processors and also how we can change the mechanism to use a new file or any other file to log the messages. So the use case of logging the messages can be that let's say you want to log all the information to a log file, and then you have some reporting tool, or probably you have let's say Splunk or Kibana. Using that you want to parse all the log messages from the log file, and you want to build some kind of custom report or custom dashboard. That's one scenario. The second scenario can be that you want to log all the information, so whenever your flow fails, you know exactly where the issue is coming from. Okay, so there can be many other use cases as well. So you can log all the logs for audit purpose. So similarly there can be many scenarios. So we'll be learning about both the processors. And the third one is count text processor. So we'll be using count text processor to count the information of a flow file. So it can count the number of line, it can count the number of words of a flow file, it can count the number of characters of a flow file. And post that we'll be using attribute to CSV and attribute to JSON processor. So let me put them in order. The first thing which we are going to learn is count text processor. So let's go back to NiFi and let's begin with by creating a process group. I'll name this processor logging and error handling, and then we right click on this processor and we select enter group to go inside that process group. And then in the processor, let's select generate flow file. We want to generate a dummy flow file, and then let's also use count text processor. Generate flow file, let's change the scheduling to 60 seconds, and in the properties let me change the file size to 1 KB, and in the custom text let's give some custom text. Okay, so generate flow file is going to generate a file with the content which we have supplied in the custom text. So that's it in this one. In the next processor, let's go to the properties, and in the count line if you see it is already set to true, and there are remaining other properties
which we can turn to true or false based on our requirement. So if you see this property which says count non-empty lines, do we also want to count non-empty lines? In our case, we do not have any empty lines, but if we do have in a file, we do have empty lines, it is going to count those. And in the count words, it is set to false, so I'm going to set it to true. And count characters is also set to false. Let me set it to true. So it has several other properties as well. So you can read about other properties in NiFi documentation. But basically, whatever property you select to true here, as the output of this processor, all these properties are going to be part of flow file, and the relevant value is going to be set. And let me also use funnel, and funnel is just a placeholder. In this case, I'm not going to do anything with this, so I will connect count text with the funnel for the success relationship, and for failure, let's do auto termination. So let's run it one time and see what is the output we get. We already have got one flow file, so I'm going to stop this one. And right now, if we see in the list queue and we go on to the attributes, we do not see any other attribute other than file name, path, and unique ID. And if we go to view content, we see all the contents of the flow file. So now let's run this count text processor and let's see the output generated by this. So if we see in the queue, if we go on to see the attributes, you can see now other than file name, path, and unique ID, we do have other attributes. One is called text.character.count, which is set to 44. So we have 44 characters in this flow file, and we have 3 lines written into this flow file, and we have a 3 word count which is written in this. So basically, since you see we do not have any spaces by default, so all the line is treated as one word. If you have spaces in between them, then each of the space after any words coming after the space will be treated as a word. So that's the typical behavior. Now if we go into the view content, we will see the content remains the same. Okay, so now let's say we want to log all these attributes, whatever attributes we see here, we want to log all these attributes in the log file. Right now, if you see, we do not have any properties being logged here. So let me open last 50 lines from this NiFi app.log. Okay, so we do not have any information logged related to the attribute of those files. Okay, so now we are going to make use of log attribute processor. And I'm going to empty this queue and change the relationship. So let's remove this and let's connect count text with log attribute, and then we can connect log attribute with funnel. So let's right click on log attribute and go to configure to see the properties. And if you see in the properties, we have log level, which can be set to info, trace, debug, warning, or error. So it can be any information which you want to associate along with the log level. You can pass this. So this is just the way of separating your log attributes. So let's say you have couple of log attributes, and in one you want to pass few information, and in that case you can select error. And in this case, let's say I want to just want to log all the attributes for the informational purpose to the log file. So I can just select info. So basically it doesn't matter which one you select, it is just the way how you want to organize your attributes and pass it on to the flow file. So here I'm going to leave it to info, and in the attributes to log, if you do not want to log all the attributes, if you want to log only few attributes or only the selected attributes to the log file, then you can define the name of those attributes. So we'll be using this later on, so that time I'll show you. So by default, if you do not use this, it is going to log all the attributes because it makes use of attributes to log by regular expression property, which is set to dot star. Okay, now let's run this one by one. I'm going to stop this, and in the success of the context processor, as we have previously seen, we should be able to see these. Now our objective is to pass all this information to this log file. Okay, so I've cleared the screen, and let's run this processor. Okay, and in the list view, let's see what is the property of the flow files now. So if you see here in the log attribute, there is no information which has been changed. Okay, and also let's see the content of the flow file. Also you can see the content of the flow file, there is no information which has been changed. So basically what log attribute does is, it copies all the information of a flow file attribute. Okay, so all these attributes which you see here, it logs it to the flow file. It logs it to the log file. So if we go here now, in the NiFi -app.log, let's do tail -100. We should be having all those attributes which were logged in the flow file. So I have so many other errors as well. Okay, now if you scroll up, you can see this is the information of all the attributes which was generated from the flow file. So if I right click here, go to list view. So all the information which you see here, file name, path and other things have been logged here. So these are the information, and other than this there are 3 standard flow file attributes which also gets written, and those are entry date, lineage start date and file size. Apart from this, whatever is there under this attribute tab gets written into this file. Now if you see, we have so many types of logs getting written into the same file, and it is really difficult if you want to programmatically find all the logs related with only with the things which you want to see. Okay, so in that case what we can do is, we can set a prefix in the log attribute. So in the log attribute, if you see, we have log prefix. So let's say I'm going to set it to something like this. Okay, so it can be anything using which you should be able to separate your log attributes with other log messages. Okay, so I will clear the queue, and then we run generate flow file again. And now let's run log attribute processor. And now if I do tail-100 in NiFi-app.log file, then now this time you can see I do have a prefix. So all my logs are in between these prefix line or prefix character which you supply. Okay, so now it is very easy to know that this information has come from this log attribute processor. And also when you are using several log attribute processor, you may want to logically arrange all the information using some prefix. So in this case, probably what I could have done is you can do something like logging and error handling. So now I know that all these attributes are being written from logging and error handling process group. Now I'm going to run this again so we can see the output. Now what we are going to do is let's disable this log attribute. And now let's use log message. So I'm going to connect count text to log message and select success relationship, and for failure I'm going to select auto terminate. And now in the properties, if you see, we have log level and then we have log prefix and log message. In the log prefix we can put anything, any prefix. So basically I'm saying this process group is logging and error handling, and then in the log message I'm going to write that information passed from count text. Then click apply, and also let's connect this processor to funnel. And now when we start this and also generate flow file, and let's stop this one and let's do tail-100. Okay, let me clear the screen first. So now whatever the message which we had passed in log message should be coming here in this log file. Okay, as you can already see, it is very challenging to find the information from this log files because there are so many information which is being written into this log file. It is a common log file which is being used by all the processors. So I will probably use grep command to grab the message from this flow file. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to search for this word inside this NiFi-app.log file. Okay, so when we actually ran this command previously, what it did is because Unix treated these characters as redirection, and it actually generated the output in a different file. So anyways, so if you see, our message has already been written in the file, and we can see the output around this area. Okay, so it already says logging and error handling information passed from count text. So if I go back to log message, you can see log prefix along with the log message has been submitted to this log file. Okay, and this is the output. So basically log attribute logs the attribute related information to this log file, and log message logs all the information or any message which you want to write it here in the log file. Now next thing which we want to do is first of all, let me delete this file. This got created because of that redirection command, so this is not required. Okay, now you might be wondering on what basis all these logging attribute and log message, okay, both of these processor keeps on writing all the message or the attribute content to NiFi-app.log. Okay, so basically this is the default behavior from all the processor, and it has been defined inside conf directory in the logback.xml file. So if I open this file, and if you scroll up, okay, so here you can see in your file that log attribute and log message for all the info level has been asked or has been redirected to logger. Okay, so this is basically a mechanism to tell that any information which is written by log attribute or log message should be going to the standard log file. And you can very well make changes here, and you can use another file to log all the message from log attribute or log message. Okay, and for that one actually I have already got reference from one of the community posts from Cloudera community, and I have already created a file, and that file is stored in /tmp/logback. Okay, so if we open this file, what I have done is I have inserted one appender name along with modifying the logger name properties. So now if you see, I have a new logger name entry here, okay, which for the first line it says almost whatever we have seen in the previous version, and in the next line it says for the appender reference is the name of the appender class which it should be using, and there you can supply the name of the file. Okay, so here in this line we are saying use appender reference, which is mentioned in status log file reference, and here we are using that status log file, and inside this we are telling the file name here in which it should be logging all the information. So inside logs slash NiFi hyphen status dot log, it is going to log all the information. Okay, so this file NiFi hyphen status dot log doesn't exist already in the logs directory, but it is going to automatically create that file. So that's the only set of changes which I have made in this file. Now let's replace this file, this logback.xml file, with the file which we have modified. So whenever you make any changes in the configuration file, it is always a good practice to take a backup. So what I'm going to do is, let's take a backup of this logback.xml by renaming it, because now I'm going to copy logback file from other directory to this directory. Okay, so what it has done is, the previous logback.xml file has been changed to logback.xml.backup, and then we have a new logback.xml file which has those modified piece of codes, okay, modified piece of lines basically, which we put there in this logback.xml file. So usually whenever you make any changes in the configuration file, you also have to restart NiFi instance. However, in the case of logback.xml, you do not require to restart NiFi instance. Okay, so that is the default behavior. So currently, if you see, we are in the conf directory. Let's go back to logs directory and let's do ls-lrt. Now you can see NiFi-status.log. This new file has already been created by the properties which we provided in logback.xml. Okay, now I will stop this log message, and guys, just remember one more thing, the changes which we had made. If I show you let me go back to conf directory. I just want to show you logback.xml file again, and wanted to tell you, so whatever changes we are making only in log attribute processor. Okay, so in this example, only the attributes which is written by log attribute is going to come to this new file, NiFi-status.log file. Okay, the information which is coming from log message still going to go to NiFi-app.log file, because we have not added any new information about this processor in the logback.xml file. But the way to do this is, you change this line to log message. Okay, or you can use any processor and log their information in any file. So yeah, let me show you this example, and let's go back to logs. And I'm disabling log message because we are not going to use it, and we are only going to use log attribute. So probably log message, since you have already learned, let me delete this one, because for our next example we do not need log message. If I try to delete this one, it will not let me delete as of now. You see, if I try to delete it, is giving me the error, because this queue, it's so basically any queue which is preceding this or succeeding this should be empty. And also both the queues preceding and succeeding should be deleted, and then only you can delete the processor. Okay, so funnel, we are still going to use it, and we are going to log attribute relationship to funnel for the case of success. Okay, let me start all the processor by right clicking and selecting start. So before this, if you notice, there is already one flow file in the queue, so let me clear this one. Okay, now let's start everything, and let's refresh, and let's stop everything. Okay, because we already have a flow file in the queue, which means all the information should have come to this log, this NiFi-status.log. Okay, so as you can see, this NiFi-status.log is having now all the information related to the attribute. Okay, now let's say we do not want to log all this information like this. What we want is we want to log all of this information in one line in a single key value format. Okay, so for that one, what we can do is we can make use of attribute to JSON processor or attribute to CSV processor. So let's see how this processor works. So first I'm going to use attribute to CSV processor. So I'm going to clear this queue, and then we'll be connecting count text to attribute to CSV processor for the case of success, and for the case of failure we are going to select auto terminate, and then we will connect log attribute with attribute to CSV for the case of success, and then we are going to connect log attribute with funnel. Okay, now if we go to attribute to CSV and go to configure, in the properties we have attribute list. So what basically this attribute to CSV does is it picks up all the attributes, all the standard attributes which is available in this previous flow file, and then all the attribute gets combined into one comma separated value, and that new comma separated value is going to be assigned to one new attribute. Okay, so let's see that in action. Let's start everything. Okay, we do not want to start everything because let's see that step by step. Okay, if I refresh, now we have a flow file here, and if I right click in this queue and go to view details and go to attributes, now you can see I have a new attribute which is called CSV data, which is having all the attributes available here separated by comma. Okay, so this is the file name. First attribute which we have is this dot path, and then we can see our file name is here. Then we have value which is related to text.line.count and related to character.count. Now let's say we do not want to use all these attributes, we just want to use this CSV data attribute. So I'm actually copying this name, CSV data name here, and I'm going to use it in the log attribute. So in the log attribute, if you remember, we have something called attributes to log property, and this property I'm going to set it to the name of the attribute which we want to log. Okay, now if we start this, and before this that's okay, let's start this, and we can see flow file has been moved to success. So if I cat NiFi-status.log, now this time I can see all the information has came into one key value pair. Okay, so the attribute name is CSV data, and all the values which was part of CSV data has come here. Okay, so attribute to CSV processor basically combines all the attribute to a one value separated by comma. Okay, now by this I think you would have already understood what is the use of attribute to JSON.
So let's see that in action. So attribute to JSON is going to combine all the properties, or basically all the attributes, and going to merge them into a key value, and going to generate only a single attribute which is going to contain these concatenated key value pairs. Okay, so this case, let me disable attribute to CSV. And we are connecting context to attribute to JSON, and then let's connect this one to log attribute for the case of success. And for the case of failure, let's change attribute to JSON in the setting, change failure to auto terminate. Okay, let me delete these. Okay, and now let's go to right click on attribute to JSON and go to configure, see the properties. And if you see, we have similar properties which we had for attribute to CSV processor. And in attribute to JSON, I'm not putting any attribute list here for now. Let me show you what is the new attribute which gets generated, and then we will use that attribute in the log attribute. So now I'm starting attribute to JSON processor, and in the success queue, if you right click, go to list queue and go on to view details, and then you can see there is a new attribute has been created which is named JSON attribute, which contains the key value pair of all the attributes. So path is set to the path, file name is set to the file name, UUID is set to the UUID, and so forth. Okay, now this attribute I'm going to define into log attribute. So in the attribute to logs, we have changed it now to JSON attribute. Let me clear this queue. So now I'm going to start everything again. And let's stop it because we can already see one flow file which has been moved from log attribute to next queue. And now this time if I do cat NiFi-status.log, I can see that all the attribute has came to JSON attribute, and in the value I have all the JSON data, okay, which is a key value pair of all the attribute information. Now let's say we do not want all the information, all we care about is path and the file name, okay, or let's say all we care about is the text word count. So for this one you need to go to attribute to JSON, and in the configuration here you can supply attribute list. Okay, so here you can supply the list of attribute which you want to produce your JSON list from. So in my case, let's just change it to file name, or let's change it to text word count. So our expectation is whatever information we had in text word count, that is the only thing which is going to come into this JSON attribute property, and that's the only information next time which is going to be logged here. Okay, so let's run this one by one so we can see the output. Let's go to the list queue now and go on to view details. And now if you see on the attribute, we have only captured attribute is text word count. Okay, and if I start log attribute, it is going to write the same information to our log file. Okay, by mistake I clicked on leave group, so I entered again to the group. So now here, let me clear the screen first. And if I do cat hyphen NiFi dot basically our status log file, so now we can see we have key and values logged here, and in the value we have only one attribute information which has been logged. Okay, so that is how you make use of log attribute, log message, and attribute to CSV or attribute to JSON processor. So attribute to CSV and attribute to JSON is pretty much used independently, and you can use it for any case, not only for the cases where you want to write the information in the log message or log attribute. So this can be used independently based on the use case which you have. So hope the session was useful. Stay tuned for next session. So in this session we are going to learn how to read and write data to HDFS. Okay, so before we begin, let me tell you that I have already installed Hadoop on a single standalone kind of mode on this server itself. Okay, and I followed Apache documentation to install HDFS on a single mode. But since this is just a lab kind of thing which I wanted to demonstrate you, but in an actual environment you will already be discussing about Hadoop configuration from your Hadoop admin, and he should be your point of contact to get all the information which you need with respect to Hadoop. So whatever configuration which we are going to do now, you can always discuss with your HDFS admin, and then he should be able to provide you these information. This is something which will be very different from my environment to your environment or to any other production environment. Okay, so just to demonstrate you, right now we are into home directory of NiFi admin user, and I have installed Hadoop under. So yeah, this is the Hadoop binaries which I have copied. So few important things which we need to make sure is there are couple of HDFS related configuration files which we need to have access of. Okay, so one file is called core-site.xml. So this is the file. Okay, just make sure you have access to this file, or whosoever manages Hadoop in your environment, just ask them to give you the access of this file, or probably you can copy one of these configuration file into the directory in which NiFi admin is having access, and the other file is called hdfs-site.xml. So these are the two files which will be required to configure Hadoop related jobs in NiFi. Okay, so basically why we need these files are that these are the files which contains all the information, configuration related information which is required for NiFi to interact with HDFS. Okay, so if I show you the content of one file, so let's do a cat on core-site.xml, and then you can see there are many properties which has been configured in this file. Okay, so in my environment properties are less, but probably if you are doing this in production environment,
there will be so many number of properties which will be configured in this file. And similarly, if I do cat for hdfs-site.xml, again in this file also you can see there are so many number of properties and values which has been configured. Okay, so this is something which you already need to have before you are trying to create any data flow with regard to loading data to HDFS or reading from HDFS. Okay, so this should be your step number 1. Now I'm going back to home directory, and if you remember in one of the previous lessons we have created a file called studentinfo.csv. Okay, so if I do a cat command on this file, you can see the content of this file. So now we are going to use this file and we are going to load this to HDFS. So let's go to NiFi and let's begin with using a process group. I will be calling it Hadoop example, and let's enter this group, and then we are going to use a get file and we are going to use put HDFS. Okay, so these are the two processes which we are going to use to write to HDFS. And also let's use funnel for just for the placeholder. So I'm going to connect get file to put HDFS, and let's connect put HDFS to this funnel for the case of success. And for the failure I'm just going to select auto terminate. And now for get file, let's provide the path of our file which we want to read. So this is the file where studentinfo.csv is located. So I'm going to provide this file, this directory name, and here we need to provide the file name. So the file is called studentinfo.csv. I'm just going to copy paste the same name here, and in the keep source file I'm going to change it to true. And that's it here. From the scheduling, let me change it to 60 seconds. Okay, so this is all ready to go. This can be started, but before that let's configure put HDFS. So right click and select configure, go to properties, and this is the property where we need to provide hdfs-site.xml and core-site.xml related information. Okay, so the property name is called Hadoop configuration resources. So make sure you provide the full path where both of those files exists. Okay, so I'm going to go to the directory where those files exist. Okay, so both of the file exists here, so I'm going to copy this directory. So here you need to provide full path along with the directory name. So full path in this case is going to be the complete directory name along with hdfs-site.xml, and then you need to separate this with comma, and then you need to provide detail of other file name which is core-site.xml. So I'm going to copy this complete thing and I will paste here again, and I will make changes in the file name and I will make it core-site.xml. Okay, so that's it. This is how it is going to look like once you have made the configuration or made the changes here. Now I'm going to save it. Okay, and then in the directory you need to provide the directory information of HDFS. Just make sure you provide information of HDFS directory. Do not give local directory information, otherwise this job is going to fail. Okay, so this is the HDFS directory where you want to load the file. So in my case it is /user/NiFi admin.
Also, let me show you, right now there will not be any file under this location. So the way to see that is we use hdfs command. So it is hdfs space dfs space ls and followed by the Hadoop directory. So it is going to be slash user slash NiFi admin in my case. Okay, so as we see right now, we do not have any file created under this directory. So let's load a new file. Okay, so now both the processors are ready to start. Let's start both the processors by right clicking on empty canvas and selecting start. Okay, now you can see there is already a file which has been moved to success queue. Let's right click and select list queue and view the content. Okay, so we can see all the contents are here, so it means new file should have been created under this directory. So let's see that. Okay, as you can see now a new file has been created here. So also if you want to do a cat command and want to see the content of this file on HDFS, so you need to do HDFS space DFS space CAT followed by the complete file name. So it is going to be studentinfo.csv in my case. And then you can see the content of the file. Okay. So yeah guys, you can ignore first couple of lines. These are just log information which is being displayed here. So you can ignore those lines. Okay, that seems to be bug in the version which I have installed. Okay, but in your environment you should not be seeing that. The only thing which you should be seeing is the actual content, which is this one. Okay, so whenever I'm trying to do -cat command is appending the logs in the beginning. That is something which is issue with this version of Hadoop which I have copied. Okay, so right now if you want to see the version of Hadoop, you can type Hadoop space version, hit enter, and then you can see the version of Hadoop. Okay, yeah, but so the thing is, if I do this command, I'm able to see a new file which has been created. Okay, so now we have been able to successfully load a new file to HDFS directory. Now let's try to read the same file from HDFS directory. Okay, so for that one we need to use get HDFS, and by now I'm sure you would have already guessed, in this also we need to provide the information which is related with hdfs-site.xml and core-site.xml. So if I right click on this and I go to configure, you can see Hadoop configuration resources information we need to provide in this processor as well. So I'm going to copy the same information from this processor. I'm going to paste here. Okay, so I have copied and pasted the same information. So basically it's the hdfs-site.xml and core-site.xml complete path which we need to provide along with the file names separated by comma. Now the remaining configuration which you see, which is related to Kerberos, principal, key tab and other stuff, this is something which you need to discuss with your Hadoop admin, that whether these information you need to provide or not. These are only required if you have enabled Kerberos authentication in your environment, but in my case these are not enabled, so these information I'm just leaving as blank. These are not required. Okay, so now we have provided
information related Hadoop configuration resources, the next thing which we need to do is we need to provide directory information from where we want to read the files. Okay, so I'm going to provide slash user slash NiFi admin because this is the place where our file exists. Okay, so in the recurse subdirectories I'm going to keep it true. So I want to be able to read all the files under this directory. Okay, and the other thing which you see here is keep source file property. So right now it is set to false. Okay, which means once the file has been read by this processor, it is also going to delete the file from HDFS directory. Okay, so let's let it be to false. Okay, so we can actually see once the file has been read, we should not be able to see the file here. Okay, using this HDFS space DFS space ls command. Okay, so that's the behavior we want, so we can just leave it as it is. In the scheduling, I'm going to change it to 60 seconds. And let's connect this also to funnel for the case of success. Okay, so that's all configuration which is required, but again I would like to let you guys know, for both the cases, put HDFS and get HDFS, when you go to view configuration, you see other properties which is related to Kerberos authentication. So this is something which you need to provide if you already have Kerberos authentication enabled in the Hadoop environment in which you are working on. In my case, I have not provided because Kerberos authentication is not enabled. Okay, so I hope you get the point. Now I'm going to run get HDFS. Okay, and let's see the output. Okay, so it has already run and it has moved file to success queue. Now let's right click on this queue and see whether we have got the same information which we read using get file and then we load it to put HDFS. Okay, so if we right click here and go to list queue and then we go on to select view content. Okay, so now we can see we have got exactly the same information which we had loaded to HDFS. And now if I go to HDFS using the command prompt and I do HDFS space DFS space ls space the directory in which our file was existing and I hit enter, I should not be able to see any file. Okay, as you can see we are not able to see any file. The reason is we have already read the data successfully, and also in the get HDFS configuration we have configured it with this option keep source file to false. So it means whenever the file has successfully been read, it is supposed to delete the file from HDFS. Okay, so as you can already notice or already observe, reading or writing from HDFS is no difference than reading or writing from local thing. The only thing which you need is you need to know the information which is related to HDFS configuration. Okay, which is hdfs-site.xml and core-site.xml, and also you need to provide all the information related with Kerberos if you already have Kerberos authentication enabled. So hope the session was useful. If you have any query, please feel free to write. Developed once and then you can. And we are going to learn about how to develop a code which is more like a developed once and then you can make use of multiple times. Okay, so in this case what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a configuration file which is going to contain the information about a file directory, about a file, and it is going to have a few information. Okay, these are the operations which we want to perform. So operations such as count lines, check duplicate, do archival, and HDFS load. So based on the value of yes or no, it is going to take a decision whether it needs to perform these actions or not. Okay, so this is something which is highly configurable. Once I change the value to yes or no here, based on that it is going to work accordingly. Okay, so I have already set up everything here, because it is, if I do not set up everything here and then do it everything one by one, it is going to be a very long session. So I've already set up everything. I will show you the important things. Okay, so first thing is, you see on top I have changed the name of all the processor and I have given a custom name. The second line, if you see, that is the way to check which is the processor type which I am using. So here in this case, you see second line is set to generate flow file. Okay, so the first processor is a generate flow file processor, and if you see in the custom text, I have provided information of a, so basically all the information which was there in the notepad, I have put it here, and it is going to generate a new file that is going to have this content. So for the sake of simplicity, probably I will just delete this third line and just keep two lines. So I'm going to process studentinfo.csv file, and for the count lines we have provided the value of yes, so it is going to count the number of lines. Check duplicate is set to no, so we are not going to check duplication, and do archival is set to yes, so we are going to archive this file to a tar file. Okay, archive the input file to a tar file and then going to load into local file system, so that's why hdfs load is set to no. Okay, and in the second processor I'm using load decision tree. I've named it load decision tree, but basically it is execute stream command processor. So if you right click here and go to configure, and now in the command argument strategy, if you see, it is set to, okay, so the command argument, hang on, let me open that again. So command argument strategy is set to default. In the command arguments, I have provided the name of the file, okay, which we want to process, and command path is the Python program. So all it is going to do is, it is going to read the file which is generated by initial configuration file, and in that it is going to match the record which is having employee.info.csv information, and based on that, whatever the output is going to be sent back to decision tree attribute. So a new attribute is going to be created which is called decision tree, which is going to have the information about the second record. So all this information is going to go to decision tree attribute. Now the third processor, which is a update attribute processor. Okay, in this one I am splitting all the information which is going to go to decision tree, and then I'm splitting them into individual attributes. Okay, so these are the 5 attributes which we have created, and since our decision tree attribute is going to have all the value as a comma separated values, so I'm making use of decision tree colon get delimited field function, and based on the positioning of the field, it is going to extract that field and going to be setting the value of those properties. Okay, so let's run these and see them in action. Okay, so first one is ran. You can see a file is generated here in the success. Now let's run this decision tree, and let me click on stop. Now let's see the attribute details. Okay, right now I see decision tree is blank. Let me check. Okay, so in the command argument I have set employee.info.csv. It should be studentinfo.csv. So that's why decision tree information was blank. Okay, so yeah, let me clear this one. And let's run this again. So now we can see a new flow file. Let's see the attribute information. So now we can see decision tree is set to all the information which was available. Okay, so now let's run this split decision tree. And now here let's see in the success queue. So we can see whatever information was here in the decision tree, it has been splitted and divided into different attributes which we created using update attribute processor. So we created check duplicate, count lines, do archive, and file directory. Okay, so all this is set. The next processor is check files availability. So in this processor, again for the processor type, basically I'm using root on attribute processor. You can see on the line number 2. And if you right click here and go to configure, this processor expects one property. So by going on to the plus icon, you can create a new property and you can define your custom logic. So if that logic is matching, then it is going to be moving on to read file relationship. Okay, so once you create a new property here, that property also gets defined onto here in the relationships. Okay, so here I am saying check if the file name is not null, then only I want to move the flow file to the read file relationship. Okay, so if the file name is not null, it is going to go on to the read file relationship. So let's run this one. Now let's right click here on the fetch file. This is a fetch file processor. Right click on the fetch file processor, go to configure, and in the file to fetch I have set these values dynamically. So the file directory and file is going to be determined by the information which is available here. Okay, so based on that it is dynamically going to pull the file. Let's start this processor. And now you can see it has moved to success queue. Let's go to list queue and see the content of this flow file. Okay, now we can see this is the content of the flow file, or this is the data available in the flow file. Let's go back. Now the next processor which we have is again another root on attribute processor, and here we have defined two properties. So I am checking whether the count lines property is set to yes or no. Okay, so in our file you see we have a count line field and we are checking whether it is set to yes or no. Okay, so that count lines information I have brought it to attribute level by using update attribute processor. Now we are checking whether it is set to yes or no. Based on that, the flow file will be moved on to that relationship. So both of these relationship you can see here in the settings. Okay, since we have set record count to yes, it is going to move on to count lines yes. So if we refresh, we should be able to see it. Okay, we can see it has moved here. Now let's go on to count text attribute. I'm sorry, it is count text processor, and if you right click here and go to configure, in the properties I have selected count lines to true, remaining are set to false because we just want to count the number of lines. Now let's run this one, and we can see it has moved to success queue. Let's select list queue and go to view the details. And in the attributes we can see it is text line count is set to 4. So our file had 4 records. So we can see it is working properly. And now in the make, it is going to move on to make deduplicate decision, which is again a root on attribute processor. And since it is set to no, it is going to be moving on to check duplicate no relationship. Okay, so now it is going to move on to make archival decision. That is again another root on attribute processor. So here if we see, since it was set to yes, it has moved on to do archive yes. Next processor is merge content. So merge content processor merges the flow files. So I'm merging this flow file into merge format of tar. You can select any other merge format available. And now if I run this, it is going to move on to move the content to merge relationship. And then let's run this put file. Okay, now we can see our file has been loaded using put file. Now if we see in the put file in the view configuration, we are loading the file to /tmp/output directory. So let's go here in the, I think I'm already in the, I'm already in this directory. If we do ls, we can see the file has been created here. And if I untar this file, and if I see the content, okay, so this is having the same information which was available in the content of the file which we read. Okay, so this is how you make something which is very easy to configure, and you make it once and then you can keep on using it multiple times. And also you can actually connect this processor to more number of process group. For example, for the deduplication, I have connected it to detect duplicate process group, and inside this you can define your logic for detect duplicate. Okay, so this can be very complex as well, and this is something which is like create once and use multiple times. So here only thing I need to do is I can add more number of files which I want to load, all the information here, and then in the load decision tree we just need to change this command arguments for each of the files. Okay, so for that we can save this. Okay, we can save this as a template. So I have already done that. So I had created production flow, and I right click on that and I saved that as a template by going on to and selecting create template. Once you do that, in the global menu under the template section, you should be able to see all the templates. So we can see the template which I have created is production flow, and the description I have provided as base configuration. That template is available here. And if you want to use the same template, again you can just go on to template and drag and drop this icon here. Choose the template which you want to use. Click on add. And then go inside that process group. Now here I can, again, I can just make the changes in the file which I want to process, and then it is going to process that file. Okay. So this is a strategy which you can use to make something easy. In this session, let's discuss about reading JSON related data. So I have already created a process group which is called working with JSON. You can see on the breadcrumb. And then I just found out one URL which actually responds with all the data, okay, in a JSON format, and the data is related with countries and their country code and the languages they speak, so stuff like that. Okay, so this is countries data which you can get if you go to restcountries.eu/rest/v2/all. Okay, so you hit this URL and this is the JSON data you get. So I'll be using this JSON data, okay, and then we will learn how to extract some information out of this. Okay, so before we do that, it is really very difficult to understand the structure of a JSON data if you just see it like this on a file, or just see it as a response of a HTTP request. So the best way is you can copy paste all the data, and then there is something called codebeautify.org/json viewer website. Okay, so basically you can just google with JSON beautifier and you will get link of many websites. So the one which I'm using is this one, and here you can paste the data on the left pane, and then here you can see the beautify option. You click on the beautify option, and then at the right side it will display the data in a proper order. Okay, so now you can see the data which we have is basically, we see block. Okay, and a block of data is having information related to country name, country top level domain, country's capital, region, sub-region, population, and so on. Okay, even the list of borders and the languages they speak. So all these sort of information is available for all the countries. Okay, and this is the structure of our data. And also in the JSON beautifier we also have something called tree viewer. So if you click on tree viewer, you can see your data more like an array. So this is the root level, and inside the root level we have another child level, and inside the child level we have our data. Okay, so this is the structure of the data which we have. Now once you have it, we also need to know a way using which we can extract the information out of a JSON. Okay, so let's say I want to see list of all the countries out of this JSON data. Okay, so what I have done is I have extracted I have copied some of these data, and there is then another website which is called jsonpath.herokuapp.com. Okay, this website is good if you want to practice the way, want to work on the syntax of extracting the data from a JSON. Okay, so here I have pasted the same data. Only thing is I have just put limited number of records. Okay, so if you see whatever you see here in the beautifier section, you see the similar result here. Okay, so when you log in for the first time, this will be empty like this, or there will be some sample data here. So you can paste your actual JSON data here, and then if you get to the bottom, you see here enter path. Okay, so here you need to write your syntax to get the list of the data which you want. Okay, so now let's say out of these data, if I want list of only the names of all the countries, so the syntax to do that is dot, and then you followed with the object name. So dot name will traverse this entire JSON data, and it will pick up all the values, all the key value pairs where we have dot name. So if you now click on go, it is going to bring value of all the names. So we are going to have basically a list with all the country names. Okay, so similarly if I change this to, let's say we want to pull the languages. Okay, all the languages. So for that we can do dot languages. Okay, now you see it has brought all the languages. Okay, let's say we wanted capital, so we could have done dot capital. Okay, now before we move on, let's go back and let's see this data in a tree viewer. Okay, now here if you see all our data which we searched so far, like name, languages, okay, all these are at the kind of like first level of our object. Now let's say we want to pull information related with all the languages. Okay, and in the languages, let's say we just want native name, or let's say we just want name. We don't want everything. Okay, so the way to do is let's try to build a syntax for this. But before we do that, there is a GitHub URL, okay, which actually explains all the syntax. Okay, so whatever the syntax which we are typing here, actually you can go to this GitHub page, and here they are discussing about all the syntax or expressions which we need to write in order to pull or extract a specific data. Okay, you can use expression language, you can use all sorts of stuff. Okay, so combination of these three websites, this beautifier and this JSON path evaluator, and then this one is for just learning the expression language or syntax. Combination of these three websites are very good if you want to learn or you want to start working with a JSON data. Okay, now let's go here and let's say we want list of all the languages. So for that we do, okay, I think maybe I typed wrongly. So yeah, these are all the languages. Now let's say I just want name. I don't want any other, other key value pair from the inside the languages. So for that, as you can see, inside languages we have native name, we have name, and then we have ISO something. Okay, so in this case, let's say I'm going to pull native name. So for this one, you can copy native name, and you can, after the first object, you put dot, and then you can paste the other name which you want to pull. Now guys, if you run this, it is going to actually give an error because all these objects are inside a list. If you see, this is again a JSON list. Okay, basically JSON object list. So this one again, let's try to run this and see if it works. Okay, as you can see, actually it returned us just the blank list. So basically it could not find native name. Okay, now the reason being is it is going inside. Let's go back here in the languages. If you see, so it is going inside languages and it is trying to find the name or dot native name at this level. Okay, at this level we see we do not have anything which is called dot native names. Okay, we don't have anything called dot native name at this level. So we actually need to go one level inside in order to start searching for dot native name. Okay, so now the way to do is you put one more dot. So after languages there was one dot and then we had put native name. Now after languages we will put two dots, okay, to go to the next level and find native name, and then hit on go, and now you can see we have all the native names. Okay, so if we want to verify our data, we can see first native name is this one, okay, which is printed here. And then second native name is this one, so which is printed here, okay, and so on. Okay, so that is a way how you actually extract some JSON data. Okay, now let's get back to NiFi, and whatever we have learned so far, this is going to be used in a NiFi JSON extractor or manipulation. Okay, so yeah, let's say we want to read all of these data. So if you do not have internet, you can just copy all this data on a machine where internet is working, and then probably you can use a generate flow file. Okay, generate flow file and go in the custom text, and you can paste all of this data which you just copied. Okay, that's one way of following along with what we are going to learn. Okay, the other way is actually we can use invoke HTTP. Let's say if you have internet connection and if you want to pull data directly from any REST API, then for that one you can use invoke HTTP processor. Okay, so I'm going to use invoke HTTP processor. So I will select this one and I will click on add. Okay, now if you right click and go to configure for invoke HTTP, you have something called HTTP method. Okay, so in this case we actually are just reading the data. Okay, so we are actually making a get request and the website is replying us with all the country related data. So it is a get request which we have, but there can be a post request or other request. In this case we just have a get request, and in the remote URL we need to provide the complete URL which we want to use. So in this case I'm copying this one. Okay, from my address bar I'm copying this complete URL which I'm going to put here in remote URL. Okay, that's it. I do not need to set anything else, but based on the type of data or the type of HTTP request you are making, and let's say if your the URL which you are using requires some kind of authentication, then you may need to pass those as well in the username and password. Okay, and also you can play around with other properties. So in this case, since we just want to focus on JSON, whatever configuration which we have done so far, this is enough. Let's click on apply. Okay, so generate flow file we have been working from a long time, so that's why I'm not using this one. We can just use invoke HTTP, and then we can connect it to we can connect it to evaluate JSON path. So what this evaluate JSON path processor will do is it will actually verify one of the expression which we provide against the data and going to pull that required data. So as we were learning here, we were passing the name of different objects and we were getting that list. So similar functionality we are going to achieve using evaluate JSON path. Okay, so probably we will begin with dot name and we will be going to get list of all the countries. Okay, so let's right click and evaluate JSON path and select configure, and here we need to add one more property. So this property can be named whatever you want. So I'm just going to call it custom condition because this is the custom condition which we are writing, and here what we want is all the names. So I have just selected dot name. Okay, and now we can use funnel as a placeholder. So actual functionality of funnel is used to connect multiple processors. Okay, so it can receive input from multiple processors and then we can connect funnel with any other processor, so it can send all the data to that processor. Okay, so it can be something like, let's say we have files coming from multiple systems. Okay, so I'm just copy pasting this generate flow file 3 times. Okay, now let's say we have files coming from multiple system and all of these files are in same structure. So we want to perform similar kind of operation on all of these flow files. Okay, so let's say I'm going to update the attribute of all of these, the flow files which is coming from this processor. So usually we will be using something like update attribute, and then we need to connect each of these with update attribute. Okay, and so on. However, in this kind of situation you may also use funnel. Okay, so let me delete this one, and what we can do is we can actually connect all of these generate flow file with this funnel. Okay, and now this funnel can be connected with update attribute. Okay, so the advantage of doing this is, let's say I want to change this processor, I don't want to use update attribute, or we have changed the logic and we want to use some other processor. Okay, so in that case I can just remove this processor. Okay, we need to clear this queue, and then we can remove this processor, and let's say we want to use put file. Now I can just connect this funnel with put file. I don't need to connect each of these file individually with put file. It was just one operation for me. Okay, so this is kind of a way to organize all the connection into one, and then you can just use it to perform similar operations. So that's why actually we have used this funnel as just as a placeholder in many of our examples. But that's the whole purpose of using funnel. Okay, so let's move back to our original example. Let's clean up everything. Okay, so we have invoke HTTP, we have evaluate JSON path. Let's use a funnel, and we will connect evaluate JSON path with this funnel for failure relationship, and then we'll connect it again with funnel for matched relationship, and we'll connect it again for unmatched relationship. Now let's see, if you actually select all of these relationship in one connection, then you are not going to have multiple queues. Right now you see we connected each of the relationship individually. So that's the reason we have 3 queues here. But now let me clear up all of these, and let's say I just connected evaluate JSON path with this funnel, and I selected all of these relationship. Okay, so now if you see, for all the relationship there is only one queue. Okay, which is, so if our data is failing, we are still going to get the response in this queue. If it is matching, okay, if the conditions are matching, this dot name condition is matching or unmatching, still all the response is going to go into the same queue. So from development point of view, it is it is going to be very difficult for us to know whether the file is routing to a failure or matched or unmatched. So that's the reason we always connect using all the relation one by one. And usually you also want to perform different operations for each of these relationships. For example, if it is failing, you just want to log, probably you just want to log it somewhere in the file, or if it is succeeding, you want to do some further operation and then load the data somewhere. Okay, so that's the also reason of having different relationships. Okay, that's all here now, and we have also configured evaluate JSON path. So now we can connect invoke HTTP with evaluate JSON path, and whenever invoke HTTP makes a request, it gets a response back. Okay, so in this case we are going to get our data in a response relationship, and all the remaining, actually I'm just going to do auto termination, but yes, all the other relationships are available. So
or probably we can use another funnel and we can connect all the other relationship with this one. So for the case of failure, and also for the case of no retry, okay, and now for the case of original, and also for the case of retry. Okay, so all of these I'm going to connect to this funnel. You can use this yellow box to organize these queues. Okay, so I think this should be okay. Okay, so our expectation now is if we right click on invoke HTTP and go to configure, you can see in the properties we have configured a URL, and from this URL our expectation is to get list of all the countries in a JSON format, and that JSON we are going to pass it to evaluate JSON path, which is going to pull only the names, only the country names, and that is going to go into matched relationship, and then we will right click here and view the content, and we should be able to see only the countries. Okay, let's also check the scheduling, and here let me change from 0 to 600. We don't want to run this multiple times. So now if I start this one and click on refresh, okay, let me stop this one. We can see that we have already received a flow file, okay, which is of 257.52 KB. If you right click and go to list queue, and if you go on to select view content, okay, go to formatted, and you can see you have list of everything which we pretty much saw here, okay, when we clicked on beautify. Okay, so this is the whole response which we have received. Okay, this is everything which we have received using invoke HTTP processor. Okay, so now you know the working of this processor. So now let's run this one, evaluate JSON path. Now our expectation is we don't want all of this data, we just want list of all the country names, okay, which is going to be found by this processor. So now I'm going to right click and select start. Now you can see a flow file has moved to meshed relationship, and as a first thing you can notice the size of a file is very small. It is only 16.46 KB, whereas our original file was somewhere around somewhere around 250 KB. Okay, you can see the evaluate JSON path in the in relationship. It received file size of 257.52 KB. Okay, whereas it sent only 16 KB. So I can already tell you that it would have already lessened the data, and this is going to have only country names. So let's see the content. Okay, now actually you can see we have content only the country names. Okay, so that's how this processor works. Now let's say we wanted all the native names. So I'm going to change the condition in the evaluate JSON path, and I'm going to change this to .languages .native name. So it is going to pull all the native names. Before that, let's also clear this queue. Okay, now I'm going to right click on a open canvas, so all the processor will start together. Okay, and let's right click and stop everything. Now you can see there was already a file read and which has been moved on to matched. Now here if you go on to select list queue
and go on to select content. Now we can see we have information related to, similar to what we had here. So only the native names information we have got. Here we have got only small data because the data which I have pasted here was very less. But if you do this operation on the whole data, you get list of all the native languages. Okay, so yeah, evaluate JSON path is one, and then for JSON we have we have other processor which is called flatten JSON, which is, let's see how it works. So I'm going to remove all of these, and then we will use flatten. Okay, so what it does is it is going to organize all the JSON data from more like a hierarchical to the more like a single list. Okay, so once you see the output you will understand. For the case of success, I'm connecting flatten JSON to funnel. Now if you right click on the flatten JSON, so by default separator is dot, so I'm not going to make any changes here. We can just click on apply. Okay, and it is giving a warning because for failure relationship we haven't selected any action. So let's connect it again and use failure relationship this time. Okay, now let's run this one by one, and then I'm going to stop this. And now, as you would have expected, in the view content we are going to have all the data which we got from as a response, okay, by hitting that URL. So we have everything here. Now let's run this flatten. Okay, one thing is you would have noticed the size has increased, okay, because from the key value now it has to increase the number of keys actually to flatten the data. Okay, so now if you see, we do not have a more like a tree structure. So here if you see, we have earlier we had translations, inside that we had everything. Now we have more like everything has been flattened. So if you just copy this and you put it here and you go on to tree view, you can already see now the object inside this has increased from 25 to 33, because all the objects which were nested now has have information about at the root level as well. Especially these information. Okay, yeah, so if you want to flatten your data from JSON to more like a structure, or something which you can import to RDBMS, you may need to flatten the data. Okay, so that's one, and then we can then let it be here, and we can just disable this one. Let's also clear the queue, and then we can move on to using another processor which is, let's disable this one. We can use another processor which is called split JSON. Okay, so what this split JSON will do is it is going to split all the data into the condition which we provide. Okay, so let's say we want one flow file per country. Okay, so this split JSON is going to do something like that. Okay, so I'm connecting invoke HTTP with split JSON for the case for the response relationship, and then we can use this funnel and connect split JSON with funnel for the split relationship. For remaining, we can either auto terminate, or if you want you can connect it with funnel as well, but I'm just going to auto terminate. Now you see it is giving that it requires a minimum of one expression. So if you right click here and go to configure and go to the properties, in the JSON path expression we need to provide the expression name. So here if I provide dot name, so each of my flow file is actually going to be splitted into only the name. Okay, so it is whatever number of names it had, I'm going to have that many number of flow files, and all the flow files is just going to have the country name in the content. So let's see how it works. Okay, let's run this. Right click, refresh, and then stop this, and let's run split JSON. Now if you notice, earlier in the queue we had one flow file, now it has been splitted into 1096 flow file. Now if you right click and go on to list queue, and if you select one of the flow files view content, now you can see in the content you just have the name of the country. By the way, if you just go back here, and if you remember, we were to pull the country we were doing dot name. Okay, however if you notice, we also have name again here in the languages. So dot name is not going to be able to distinguish, and it is not going to work only on the top level. It goes up to any number of child level. So it is actually going to give us list of only, it's going to give us basically only information with all the names. Okay, not going to limit itself only with the country name. So wherever it finds a key with the name, it is going to pull that keys value. So if you have a different requirement, you can work on to building that using this syntax. So that's why you see 1096 flow files. We do not have these many number of countries. So actually it splitted all the languages also, because languages were also having the same name, which is dot name. In this session we will discuss how we can read Excel file using NiFi. So I have NiFi started, and now I'm just going to create one sample Excel file. So I'm just going to name it student info, and let's create couple of records in this file. So one thing when you are dealing with Excel file in NiFi, so the first thing which you need to do is you need to use a processor which is called convert Excel to CSV processor, and in that processor we need to define the sheet name. Okay, sheet name of the Excel file. So just make sure whatever sheet name you have given, you will be needing that sheet name. Okay, so I'm just going to call it, let's say, ID and name, and we'll put number 1 and 2, and let's just put couple of names. So that's all I want here. And if you want to rename this sheet, you can rename. I find it better to rename, or if you have already some workbook or Excel file which is having different sheet names, so just keep a track of that sheet name. So in this case I'm just going to call it student. Okay, I'll just call it student, And just remember our main file name is studentinfo.xlsx. So I'm going to save it and then we can exit. So that's all we need in terms of file. Okay, so just keep a track of the sheet name. And now this file is stored at this location, so I'm going to copy this complete path. We'll be needing it. Okay, now let's move to NiFi. Now here again, whenever you start preparing something, just make sure you do inside a process group. So let's call it reading Excel example, and inside this let's use convert Excel to CSV. Okay, this is the processor which we need to use. Now let's right click here and go to configure, and let's go to properties. Now here in the properties, notice that you have a way to define sheets. Okay, so you have a sheets to extract property, and here as I remember my sheet name was student, so I have given student here. However, please notice here now you do not have a way to specify what is the name of the file. Okay, now the reason is it is not having a place to specify a file because it expects a flow file which is going to come along with the file name. Okay, so that's the reason we need to use any processor which can actually pull the file along with the file name. Okay, so in this case I'm going to use get file. If your Excel file is at a remote location, you can use get SFTP. So I'm using get file, and get file I'll be connecting to convert Excel to CSV processor. And now here in the get file, let's right click and go to configure, and in the properties here in the input directory we need to define the directory where your Excel file is available. Okay, so in this case I know we have created our Excel file at this location, so I'm just going to save, and in the file filter you need to specify the name of the file. So this is the name of the file, studentinfo.xlsx. So I'm just going to copy the complete name from here, and let's paste it here in the file filter value. Okay, so that's all we need here, and in the scheduling I'm just going to make it 600 seconds. And also if you do not want your file to be deleted from source, you can make keep source file to true. Okay, in this case I'm just going to leave it to false and then click on apply. Okay, and convert Excel to CSV processor is still giving some warnings because it is expecting relationships to be connected. So I'm going to connect it with funnel, and let's connect each of the relationship separately so we can see what is going on. Okay, so that's it. I think now we are good to start. So let me start one by one. So let's start get file, and then if I right click here and go to list queue, here you can see in the file name you have studentinfo.xlsx. Okay, so this is the attribute which is going to be used by this processor. Okay, and then from that file name it will pull this sheet which is student. Okay, so let's run this and let's refresh. Okay, now we have file in the success queue, which means it is successfully processed. In the relationship of original you have the original flow file. Okay, so the file which was passed from get file success queue, that is the one which you get here, and this is the one which is the sheet which has been read. So here if I right click and go to list queue, now you can see in the file name has been changed to file name and underscore name of the sheet .csv. Okay, so that is how file name gets changed after it is processed. So now it has been converted to a CSV, and now if I go here in the view content, we should be able to see the content which we had created. So now you can see we have the same data which we had created in the Excel file. So in this session we are going to talk about some of the best practices which you should be following. Okay, these best practices are going to be very helpful during the development phase, and also it is going to be very useful when you are running any issue in production environment. Okay, so all of this information which I'm going to talk about is available at my website, which is itpanther.com. So let's begin. Again, the first thing I think which we have already discussed about many of my sessions as well, you should never be keeping any of the development at the root level. Okay, by root level what I mean is here you can see when you run NiFi, if you see anything being kept at NiFi flow, okay, this is the root level here. If you are keeping all the flows here at the root level, that is not a good practice. And also what this is going to do is it is not going to allow you to maintain versioning and stuff like that, because versioning only works on process group level. So one thing is, if you're keeping all your code like this, it is not going to look good, and also you will not have any way to organize your code, and secondly you are not going to have an option of maintaining versioning when you are using registry, NiFi registry. Now the second thing is you should always be using labels. Okay, whenever you make a process group or you use any processor, you use label and you give some description about that piece of code. Okay, so this is more like a module or function which you are developing, and you should always be giving some sort of easy to understand explanation about that. So here you can see I have used label and I have given some couple of lines of description, which is making this code very easy. Anybody who is going to look here, they know that in this I have developed some processes which is going to basically load data to Hadoop using snappy compression, and it is going the data to load in a Parquet format. Now third thing is, in latest version of NiFi we have option of changing colors. So once you have your flow developed, and if you want to customize that and give a specific color coding to some of the processor based on whatever the standard you want to follow. So let's say all the update attributes, if you want to keep that in some specific color, you can do that. Or if you want to change the color of the processor for all those processor which is calling some custom script, you can do that as well. So again, it is a way of how you want to standardize or how you want to differentiate one processor to another, and how easily or visually easily you are going to recognize some piece of code. Okay, so that is what change color is going to be used for, and that is how it is going to make your life a bit easier. The other thing is, if you see here, this piece of code is showing how all the lines are pretty straight, and it is bit organized when you compare this with the one which was shown here in our first example. So you see here all the connectors are going all over the place, and in previous versions of NiFi there was no options available to sort these lines properly and align them properly. However, in all the recent versions this option is available. I think this is available from version 1.8 and above. So now you can click anywhere on this line, and then you are going to see this yellow kind of splitter is popping up, and then this can be dragged and dropped to arrange all of these processors and all of these queues. So that's the mechanism you can use to properly
arrange all of these processors and queues. So you see, this has already started looking way better when we have given a label, we have arranged everything properly. This is looking much better than what it was in the step 1. Now the other thing you should always do is always give a custom name to the processor. Okay, you don't want to just rely on the default name, because in your code you are going to use the same processor multiple times. Okay, you are going to use generate flow file, or let's say update attribute, at multiple times. However, whenever you are using this processor, it is going to perform, or you are going to use it for some specific set of application or system or whatever, so you should always be giving a custom name to these processors. Okay, so here you see I have given custom name to all these processors and also the queues. Okay, all these queues usually I postfix with _s_q for success queue, and for failure queue I usually postfix with _f_q. So basically you can follow any naming standard which you want to follow, but make sure you always give custom names. You can see everywhere we have given the custom name. This makes your flow very readable and very easy to understand. And if any new developer or any new team member who is going to join your team, it is going to make very easy for them to understand what is being done in each piece of processor. The other thing which it does is, when you are performing a global search, for example, here you can see we have global search option available, and if you want to perform a global search on, let's say, split text processor, and then once you do that, if you have multiple split text processor, there is no way you will be able to identify one flow to another. Now since here I have given a different name, and let's say I want to work on the issue which is occurring in split region wise area. Okay, and I know the processor name which I have used is called split text, but for some reason I don't remember the correct name. So once I search with that processor name, here you can see I have got the name of that processor. So basically now I can click here and I can be redirected directly to that processor. Just imagine if I did not have a name here, I would have got the list of n number of same processor which is available here, and then I had to click on each of them probably to find out which is the processor which I want to troubleshoot or fix the issue. Now the next thing which you may or may not do, again it depends. So usually if you are defining custom attributes, okay, and you want to see all those attributes, and usually when you see all the attributes, you see some of your attributes are in the beginning, and then some of your attributes are at the middle, then some of the attributes are in the end, and in between you have some of the system attributes which are available there. However, let's say if you want to see all your attributes together, then you can do some kind of prefixing in all of your attribute names. Since all the attribute names are stored alphabetically, so what this will do is it will make sure all your attributes are always starting with some sort of prefix. Then it is going to be very easy for you, and you'll be able to see all your attributes beginning with cust_attribute. So basically this is a custom attribute, and if you have 10 attributes, all of those 10 are going to be seen together once you have them. So right now I do not have any attribute, but the point here, you can see that all of these are stored alphabetically. These are basically arranged alphabetically, and once you have attributes with different names, they are going to be scattered all over the place starting from beginning to end. If you use a prefix, all of them going to be sorted together. The last piece of advice which I would give is, do not hard code. Whenever possible, try to use the variables or parameters. Okay, try to make your code very generic. So the idea is you should always build something which is
which can be reused. You don't want to keep on developing unlimited number of times, so you just want to do the development once, and later on, whenever possible, you should be able to try to use the same template. And the way that is going to happen is only if you are using something which is general in nature, where you have not hard coded. Okay, so that's it for some of the best practices which you should be following. In this session, we are going to talk about NiFi clustering. So again, when you are into development phase, you can install NiFi on a single machine. You can install it on your desktop, laptop, or if you have a development server, you can install it on the development server, and you can continue doing the development. However, once you want your code to be moving to production system, then in production, most likely you are going to have a cluster NiFi environment, because having a single NiFi server is having so many limitations, and all those things I have discussed here in my article. You can read more about clustering and some of the key terminologies of NiFi clustering in this article. If I just want to discuss about in summary, why do we need a cluster system? So we can say that basically single system is not going to be enough to meet all the processing needs which you have. And also single system or single server basically means a single point of failure. So let's say if you are running critical data flows, and you are running that critical data flows using NiFi, and that NiFi is installed or running only on single server. In that case, if you have any issues, and that issue may not necessarily with NiFi, that issue can be with the operating system on which NiFi is running, or it can be a hardware issue on that server. And in that case, when your server goes down, basically whatever data flow you are running is going to get stopped. NiFi is going to get not available. So to avoid situation like this, you usually install NiFi in cluster in production. Please note, discussing about NiFi clustering and installing an implementation, it is altogether a very big topic, and I'll be covering this in one of my upcoming courses. However, in this session, I just want to give you overview about clustering, and I also wanted to tell you how a cluster system and a non-cluster system looks like. Okay, so you can read about advantages of NiFi clustering. So some of the advantages which we are going to get is basically we are not reliant on a single server. So even if one of the node goes down, we have other nodes processing the work. Okay. And then from an administration point of view, if you have a clustered system, then from single NiFi user interface, you'll be able to see all the servers, and also you'll be able to see all the resources which is running on those servers. So let me show you practically. So this is NiFi which is running on a standalone server. So you can see it is running on localhost, and it is running on in a single or standalone mode. So I have another environment setup which is running in a cluster mode. If you look at visually, you can notice some differences. So this is a non-cluster node. So here you do not see any icon which you see here on the cluster node. Okay, so in a cluster system, you can see we see this image which is basically looks like a cluster, and now we are having 3 nodes connected, and this number is denoting what are the total number of available nodes in this cluster. Okay, so this is a 3 nodes cluster. And the other way to, or other difference between a cluster and a non-cluster user interface is, if you go to global menu, you see one extra option which is cluster. However, if I go back to standalone NiFi installation, and if I go to global menu, I do not see any option related to cluster. Now I'm going to go back to the system where I have this cluster installed, and let's go to global menu and go to cluster. Now here in the clustering you can see node address. So this is telling you what are the nodes which are part of this cluster. So here I have NiFi 01, NiFi 02 and NiFi 03. So these are the host names of the servers which is forming a cluster. So in your case, if whatever host name you have, that is going to be shown here. And also whatever port you are running NiFi user interface, that's going to be shown here. So other than that, in cluster we have some key terminologies. So when we talk about key terminologies, we have nodes. So nodes is basically a server which is the one going to perform the actual processing. And then we have cluster coordinator. So cluster coordinator is the one which takes care of management of the cluster, and also all the other nodes sends the heartbeat to this cluster. So that is how cluster coordinator knows that all the nodes are running. Now if I go here back to NiFi cluster user interface, so here now you can see that in the status we can see something like coordinator status. So right now NiFi 01 is the node which is acting as the coordinator, and also in one cluster you are going to have only one coordinator, and also in one cluster you are going to have only one primary server. And we discussed about heartbeats. So basically heartbeats are nothing, it is just a signal which is sent by all the nodes to the cluster coordinator, and that is how cluster coordinator knows that all the other nodes are alive and it is working. If for 40 seconds any node is not able to send heartbeats to a cluster, then cluster is going to start disconnection process, and it is going to disconnect the node which is not sending the heartbeats for 40 seconds. Every 5 seconds, all the nodes are supposed to send heartbeats to cluster coordinator. However, these 5 seconds are configurable, and you can configure it in the NiFi.properties. Isolated processor is basically a processor which is going to be running only on the primary node in a cluster environment also. So usually when you create a processor, that is going to be run across all the nodes, but you can have set a processor to be run only on primary node. That is possible. Those options are available in NiFi. So now let's go back to the user interface again. And here in the NiFi clustering, first tab you see is related to nodes, other tab is related to system. So here you can see how many cores are open, how many threads are open, how many daemon threads are running. So these options can help an administrator in terms of knowing how much is the load are there, how many threads are open, and those things. Third tab is related to JVM. So all the information related to JVM you get here in this screen. So here you can see what is the heap used on all the servers, how much is the heap utilization, how much is the uptime of the servers, and so on. And now in terms of storage, you can see wherever flow file is located, how much is the available storage on each of the nodes. And similarly you can see for the content repository and provenance repository, because these three are critical repositories. So that's why it is important to monitor all of these repositories. So here you see, if you have installed it in a cluster, just from the single user interface you are able to see status of all the nodes. Now if I go to version, in the version you can see what is the NiFi version running on each of the nodes, and also you will be able to see OS, operating system, and Java version. So that's a quick intro, and it is going to be useful for administrator. And now let's close this tab and let's create a sample flow in a cluster environment and in a non-cluster environment, and let's see how it is visually it is going to be different. So one more important thing about cluster is that doesn't matter whether you are accessing user interface from first node, second node, or third node. So I'm going to get the same view. So for example, as we can see here in the global menu, I have 3 nodes cluster, and the name of the host names are NiFi 01, 02 and 03, and all of them are running on 8080 port. So let's say if I want to log into user interface of NiFi 02, I'm going to open a new tab, and then I'm going to type the complete address, and then we are supposed to have the same view. So you can see whatever we have developed or whatever we see here, we are going to see same on the other user interface also, and the same can be seen from the third node as well. So let me show you that. Okay, so it is looking exactly the same on the third node as well. So you can log into any of the user interface and you can start working on the data flows. So whatever action you perform, if you stop any processor or any process group, whatever, then the same thing is going to be seen in all of the user interface. So for example, I'm going to develop a sample flow. Okay, so let me put one example process group here. Process group, and inside this example process group, let's add one processor and let's use generate flow file, and then let's use funnel. So I'm going to connect generate flow file to funnel, and then in the properties I'm just going to keep it 1 byte whatever, and then in the custom text you can keep some custom text. So let's say in this case I want to give ID and name. This is just a sample flow, okay, so I'm not going to put much information here. The point here is I have developed this process from NiFi 03 user interface. However, if I go to NiFi 02, I can see the same thing there. If I go to NiFi 01 interface, I can see the same thing there. Okay, so hopefully this point is clear. So I'm just going to close other windows, and then now we can focus only on one window. Okay, and now let's also do a comparison of how it looks like when you run a flow in a cluster mode versus in a standalone mode. So here this is the one which is a standalone mode. Here I'm going to create a process group. Let's also call it standalone example, and inside this also let's use a generate flow file, and let's use funnel and connect. Okay, connect generate flow file with funnel, and then in the properties I'm just going to give some text. Okay, so it can be whatever text, and in the scheduling I'm going to change it to, let's say, every 60 seconds, or let's just make it 600 seconds. And let's also change the scheduling on cluster as well, so I will just make it 600 seconds. Okay, and let's see what happens when we run it here on the standalone mode. So here if I run this flow, and now you can see in the output I have one flow file created. Let me stop it, and here you can see in the output I have one flow file. Okay, and that flow file is basically going to have the same content which we put inside generate flow file. Now let's run the same thing on cluster and see what happens. By the way, I just want you guys to guess what is going to happen. So do you think there is going to be one flow file created, or do you think there are going to be three flow files created? Okay, so let's run it and see that in action. So now you saw when I executed this, you can see three flow files in the success queue. Okay, now let me stop it and let me explain to you what has happened. So as you remember, this instance or this environment is running in cluster node. So whatever you are running here is going to be run on all the three nodes. So that's the reason this generate flow file, or this, you can say, this example process group got executed on all the three nodes, and that's why it has produced, or it has performed the action once on all the three nodes. However, from the user interface we should be able to see the consolidated view. So this is a consolidated view, and that's why you see here three flow files. Now if I right click and go to list queue, here you can see in the node, okay, in the node you can see what are the nodes where it got executed. So you see NiFi 01, so this is the flow file which came from first node, and this is the flow file which came from second node, and then we have the third flow file which came from the third node. So whatever action you do, or whatever processing you do, or whatever data flow you define, that's going to get executed on all the nodes.